welcome everyone to the space for more LCK playoff. As today we close out round 3 with KT Rolster versus Hanwha Life Esports. It's gonna be great, but loser goes home, winner goes to Daejeon, the fun city, next week to play against T1. I'm Laure, and I will be with William Oaks. I'm sorry, I don't know today. Who are you?
I'm not William today. I don't have the William
today.
shit.
All right,
so
nice
just
to
Oaks,
see you
yeah.
then. And
The Hoon.
and Dan, how are you guys doing?
Pretty good. I mean, I feel like we've had a lot of exciting matchups in the upper bracket, so hopefully could have something spicy today as well.
Yeah, I mean, we want some more tasty one. Like, we want some more flavor one. Like, it's been doing pretty well, you know? Like, it's going game 5 every kind of series, and it's really competitive. Like, even today, we'll see how it goes.
Banger playoffs, honestly, so far. And if you missed out on the action yesterday, well, you missed out on something amazing, actually, as Gen.G versus T1 was the banger series we didn't want to miss out on. And Ox, you got the prediction right, actually.
Yeah, I feel like this was one we're talking about before the prediction. It's like there isn't really a bad prediction for this series as long as it's close. A lot of people are going 3-2 T1, a lot of people are going 3-2 Gen.G. I feel like as much as T1 have leveled up since Fake has come back, since playoffs, even since that round 1 match, I still think Gen.G just looked a bit better.
What are the main takeaways from yesterday, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, at least like T1 kind of guaranteed their spot on the Daejeon. Like, that's a good thing. But it's like the most upset what I still think. I think it's still T1 beating the KT. It's like, you know, first actually happened in LCK, the history, like the upper seed lose against the lower seed. That's kind of crazy too. And I don't know. I mean, as you said, I think the T1 step up, like, they really need it, like, especially after DK series. Like, I didn't really expect that the T1 will take down the KT, but still, I think it's really impressive, and Gen.G is still looking kind of strong. Gen.G
looking insanely strong, looking at it on another final, another title, maybe. Ox, what do you think of how strong they look, maybe compared to Spring?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the T1 series, they definitely went flawless, but I think they have come in with a really consistent level. I think issues that we saw sometimes in Spring was like Peanut would have like these off games. That hasn't happened. He's been really solid. But then again, like we saw what happened when Gen.G came for the losers bracket. T1 have the chance to do the same in return, or KT could, or even Hanwha Life.
Yeah, we'll see what happens today, actually. And I know that the fan and community sentiment towards KT should have chosen Hanwha Life, actually. Well, we're going to find out today as they will be facing off against the team. What went wrong, actually, in both series? The one that Hanwha lost and the one that KT
I'll take the Hanwha one because I think Huni has a lot of thoughts about KT.
A little bit, yeah.
I think Hanwha Life Esports, you know, I think part of it was going to be the problem was that Grizzly is still very new, and as much as he's been a great addition to the team, has looked fantastic. In the regular season, there was a lot more pressure in this match in playoffs, and particularly you aren't going to get bailed out by Zeka as much because Zeka is matching up against Chovy. It's a hard matchup, but also Peanut has just, he was down Grizzly's throat the whole series. He was like looking to challenge him, looking to shut him down, made it really hard. And then game 2, you know, I think they really crumbled in that one where 95% of the hard work was done, and then it came down to one team fight. And normally I think Hanwha Life Esports have been really good in the 5v5s, even back to Spring. That's how they beat D+. But Gen.G are just phenomenal at that area of the game. So one of Hanwha Life's strengths actually didn't end up being sufficient enough against Gen.G, and they ended up just falling apart after that game 2 loss. It was so hard to face.
All right, let's go.
I'll take out the KT. I mean, it started with, I think, the weaknesses like they shown in all of these seasons. Like, actually, like sometimes they have a oopsie draft against like even Guangdong Freaks. You guys, if you remember, like those kind of fact that actually happened in this series as well, like about the draft and also I'm gonna pull out the inconsistency of the aiming, like those kind of the fact that like so many things actually happen. Also, top performances too. Like our expectation on Gin was like way higher. The vote was like everyone just give it to the Gin. Like the expectation was levels way higher, but Zeus, he stepped up. Like we know he's a great player. We know his peak is, the ceiling is really high, but I think the Zeus completely outperformed after that. It's just like, that was a really tough series, but overall, I think there's still like, I think we kind of expected more like all the actions from more KT, like playing based on like their Leehan's movement, like the BDD lane prior with cause invading enemy jungle, those kind of things was like, not there. You know, it used to be there was so much more that enemy team that was not able to handle it, but this time T1 completely handled it out.
There's a lot of takeaways and hopefully learning on the side of both teams. And I actually want to take a look at what the team themselves learned from this defeats, as we have Hirai and BDD talking about the loss. Even if we take Game 2 out due to a big mistake, I wasn't satisfied with the draft in the rest of the game. So blaming a bit of compositions here, a wrong read approaching T1, you would say?
Yeah, I think some of the drafts were suboptimal, but also I think a lot of it came down to gameplay, because for them to lose, it was not just that T1 had to step up, they also had to kind of step down. And I think BDD tried a lot to really make things happen despite everything, but I think different members were just not showing up. I think Cuz and Lahens have had moments where they're inconsistent throughout the series, and they didn't have the best performance there, especially with Carrier looking so good as well. But top lane was the big one for me.
Yeah, I mean, as you said it, I think it's actually at the middle level, and I think it's the same thing. Like as you said at HLE, like they were playing, like they shown their actually strength, but the thing is at the same time they showed off like with the weaknesses they had, like which is like their mid-game control like wasn't really great enough, like, and also just like playing around the skirmishes, team fighting around the object, like those kind of things where it was kind of messy. Like it wasn't nothing like actually change CC when it actually could happen. I think there was no like enough the communication between the player and the team, like how today the play actually make a plan, and we could easily see why they got kind of dominated by Genji.
And I want to say that for Hanwha Life, I'm really glad that they got through to the double elimination, because I think like that first series against DRX wasn't much of a test. The one against Genji is really where they can take the learnings from, right? First chance for Grizzly in playoffs in the LCK, and obviously they crumbled and there was mistakes. They've said that they were chaotic there, but I think it's a great opportunity for them to build off that going into this series, learn from those mistakes.
Yeah, and I really love the fact that Grizzly is reflecting on especially this aspect, chaotic communication when it comes to clutch moments. It's going to be interesting to see if they can fix those mistakes, because again, I don't think it's fundamentals per se, it's just maybe stress, nerves, and especially in an elimination game like this, it's going to be interesting to see how much they can perform in this pressure condition.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's huge today, but also they will have to play in the gauntlet if they lose today. So regardless of whether they win today or not, they can't stop. They can't go, okay, well, our season's done, we can leave. They need to constantly be on the outlook for what is going wrong, what can we improve on, because they'll still be able to make worlds if they lose today.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's like playoff is like long term. You have to see like until the words is end. Like it's gonna be a really long term project. So I think it's really important to have like keep the motivations on, and it's like not actually losing the mentally focused. I think the mindset is really important, as everyone knows. You know, like that's what KT actually needed right now.
Let's focus on the game itself and what we should look at when it comes to the match today, as again, the fans have been waiting for this one. KT should have picked Hanwha Life, so we'll see if it actually should have been the decision they should have made and they will advance to the next round, or if Hanwha Life Esports will clutch this series. Eliminated, as we said, is the key for the loser today. And yeah, I think Viper wants to play in his home city. He will be fighting for this as well. But how do we think the teams evolved since playoff? We can start with KT, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard because, you know, we saw them in that series just underperforming, but I think really the big thing for me is the story of KT over this year, because at the start of spring they didn't look too hot and they grew so much going into playoffs, but obviously the momentum got stopped there by Genji. But I feel like this summer we've really seen like the final evolution of the team. We saw multiple members performing really well, obviously voted heavily in the All-Pro. You know, Lahens being a monster in this meta where he can really have a lot of agency, and even aiming, I feel like is someone who I've been critical of in the past, has been performing really favorably in this meta with things like Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes same way. It's just like, both teams, just how they lost the previous series, it's really critical. So I think they have to focus on recover. That's it.
And looking at the top lane matchup, I actually think it's going to be an interesting one, looking for a title, of course. And yeah, both these top laners have been praised a lot during the split. Keen, mostly, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me, is that Keen, it was unanimous pretty much, that everyone thought he was the best top laner in the regular season, and that is still true despite what happened against Zeus, but it was a massive underperformance. He really got kind of gapped quite hard by Zeus. And it was definitely not just Zeus stepping up, but also Keen dropping down to a level lower than what we'd seen in the regular season. So this needs to be a bounce back for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still expecting him to kind of well, because it's like I don't think Kingen has the aggressiveness enough as much as the Zeus has, and then Keen will not actually, I think, the takedown, you know, by the Kingen, I think really I would say kind of low chance, and still, I think he's really a strong top laner that can play easily, consistently every single time, especially when you got like Renekton, like of his champion pool. I think that's gonna be the main focus.
And of course here, the heart of each team, as we phrased it here, it's gonna be a Yone versus Azir matchup today, isn't it?
May well be, may see that quite a lot. We'll see if the team's up to try and ban it to shake things up, but ultimately, for me, I think BDD and Zeka have both been the best performers from their teams during the end of the regular season, where BDD was just putting on a masterclass consistently in mid lane, playing any matchup. Often he's playing the Azir, just able to handle things that we would traditionally see as counters, like the Yone, like the Tristana. And Zeka, he is just unleashed on the Yone when he's able to get his hands on it.
Yeah, I think that for BDD, I think it's an extremely good part for him. Is like he got the win with the Tristana, because in regular season we were able to see that like he wasn't prio that high on Tristana, and they still get the win with the double AD card comp. And it's still like, I think for Zeka is like looking really great, as you said, with the Yone. But the thing is like, he hasn't got the win yet, like as much as what Genji kind of did. So I think it's gonna be really important for him to prove himself today, that he can actually just win the game with it. And it's like not only he actually plays well, and then it's just making sure that they get the win, so they get the good experiences.
And again, in this Clash team fight, on the side of Hanwha Life, it came down to decision making, not so much mechanical misplays. So yeah, put Zeka on the right champion, but also make the right calls to actually set him up the right way, I think is going to be the key.
I just think Zeka is such a joy to watch in team fights. Like even these ones on the Nico, finding such fantastic angles. He just has that killer instinct where he'll see the play in front of him and execute. Sometimes the laning is where it can be a bit of a struggle, especially into some of our stronger mids like Chovy, like BDD. So hopefully he can hold up strong there. And yeah, there's a bit of a precedent set in this matchup.
Yeah, and looking at the match record, we came into this year thinking that Hanwha Life should be one of the top contenders. They are a playoff team, but they are yet to prove that they can beat the top teams, which they haven't so much so far.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, they haven't really proved that they can actually win above team. But the thing is, like, still, I think they were getting like towards the end of getting the regular season. I think I was actually thinking that like the form, like their pick, like their selling was kind of getting to reach the point that they can actually beat above the team. Like that's why they were looking way better. That's why before playoff we were saying like there was a Genji KT on top side, and there's a middle tier, there's the HLE, and it was a T1 DK, because they were performing actually better than T1 DK when the regular season ended up it.
I think honestly, with the level of play they're showing towards the end of the regular season, a lot of people predicted them to beat Genji in that Week 9 matchup, and Genji kind of slapped them and proved that completely wrong. But I think people were seeing this high level of play, and it feels like bringing that same level of play against the stronger teams is something they're still struggling with. Having the confidence going into the likes of Genji, KT is something they're still trying to work on, because if they play at the same level they do when there's less pressure, I think they would really start to challenge these top teams. It just feels like there's almost a mental block right now.
And on the side of KT, memes and curses and everything aside, do you think they peaked too early? Because there's such a, I mean, the league at the end of the day is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And I'm just wondering, they had high highs so early in the season, and they kept on peaking, that I'm just wondering what is the impact of losing against T1 the way they did, given the fact especially that they chose T1.
I think it's honestly down to them, but I wouldn't expect with the veterancy on this roster that they would crumble in this situation. But, you know, T1 were a bit of a wild card in the playoffs, right? Because with the reintroduction of Faker, we didn't know where they'd be. They shouldn't let one best of 5 break their mental, because they have still been a phenomenal team for the entire of summer, and the stats show that.
Yeah, and I think it's going to come to the early game when it comes to what can Hanwha Life do. And we saw it against Genji. They had the drive to do it, but when they lose control, it's actually where I expect KT to be able to grab back the pressure and maybe play on Hanwha Life's mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obviously the HLE will have a worse stat because they got, you know, clapped by Genji like a little bit, like pretty hard. But the thing is, like, still, it shows well that, like, I think if they're controlling well around the object, like those kind of game, actually, they're on a track. But the thing is, like, I think it's really important for HLE, like, since they really like the going, like, kind of later on the game, like, trying to play, like, more value of the pick, like, so I think the controlling, like, Ollie of the lane phase and controlling the, handling the KT Ollie action, I think that's gonna be the main key, like main object focus is like Ollie, just basically Ollie, because the KT, that's how the KT approached to win a game, and that's what the KT wanted, and that's how they lead the game, snowball the game.
That's why it's very different to the Gen G matchup and why Gen G was such a rough one for them, because Life Esports, and we saw this like last spring when they went up against D+, and D+ were prioritizing things like Varus, Heimer wanting to win lanes, and we just saw like Zeri Rakan from the side of Life Esports, or like team fights only, and I think that's really where their strength has been. Gen G are so good at team fighting that they really couldn't show that, but with KT, I feel like KT are that early game team. If you can weather the storm, if you can survive that, then I think Life Esports, hopefully with some regained confidence, could go into the team fights and bring it out in the 5v5s and bring it strong.
And as we mentioned, in these team fights, I think mid lane mostly is going to be one of the pivots here on the side of Hanwha Life. A lot of responsibilities on Zeka's shoulders, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's going to be a lot of pressure to Zeka, since like right now, I think the meta is like kind of shifted to like more playmaking, like whoever actually does more. I think it's like right now, honestly, like if I compare with the even supports or jungle, like Grizzly since it's kind of new, and also Lehan's play actually make way more than Life. Like there's so many facts that Zeka kind of had to start, and that's what the HLE is struggling right now. So I mean, that's why it's kind of easy to see why Zeka has the most KP in this playoff end right now, and he's the basically a lot of responsibilities on him.
And I think the thing is, Zeka, I always expect to perform in team fights to find a good angle in skirmishes, but the laning, I think that might be the struggle. BDD just shuts him down in lane. We won't get the opportunity for that to happen. Suddenly, Lehens is freed on the map. Suddenly, we see Cuz targeting Grizzly, shutting him down. So I think he'll have a big snowball effect. So it's not just that we need Zeka to be really strong in team fights. He always does that. We need him to really match BDD in the laning phase, which is going to be a challenge.
I'm curious to see what the teams think about the matchup actually. So let's hear what the coaches have to say about what we have today.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터 코치 최승민입니다. 일단 뭐 뱀픽적인 문제도 같이 다시 피드백을 했고, 그리고 픽을 떠나서 경기력에서도 정규 시즌과는 좀 달랐던 점이 있어서 그 부분을 좀 중점적으로 피드백을 진행하였습니다. 네, 뭐 뱀픽적인 문제는 저희가 피드백을 통해서 좀 긍정적인 방향으로 좀 잘 나오고 있었던 것 같습니다. 네, 뭐 특별히 준비한다기보다 일단 경기력을 더 끌어올리는 것도 먼저고, 하나의 약점을 좀 잘 공략해서 오늘 경기 승리하도록 하겠습니다. 핵심 라인은 미드 정글이라고 생각합니다. 아무래도 미드 정글에서 좀 승기를 잡아가면 다른 라인에도 좀 편안하게 게임을 진행할 수 있을 것 같아서 좀 핵심 라인이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 지난 T1전을 지긴 했지만 오늘 다시 승리해서 다음 주에 다시 T1을 이기러 가도록 하겠습니다. KT 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠에서 감독직을 맡고 있는 댄디 최인규입니다. 픽적으로 저희가 만족스러운 픽을 뽑았어도 좀 활용도가 조금 낮다고 생각을 해서 저희 픽에 대한 이해도나 이런 부분들에 대해서 좀 얘기를 많이 해서 픽을 뽑았을 때 저희가 할 수 있는 최대한의 설계들 이런 쪽을 최대한 많이 얘기하기로 했습니다. 정규 시즌 1위로 마무리한 팀이었지만 지금 조금 저희처럼 좀 난항을 좀 겪고 있다고 생각을 해서 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라고 생각하고 있습니다. 다들 잘하지만 그래도 정글이 제일 견제된다고 생각하고 있습니다. 커즈 선수가 생각보다 초반에 설계하는 부분들에 있어서 영향력이 가장 크다고 생각을 해서 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 저희가 썸머 시즌 좀 여러 가지 역경이 있었지만 저희가 여기서 멈출 만한 실력은 아니라고 생각하고 저희 선수들 다 정말 보여줄 게 아직 많이 남았기 때문에 결승까지 꼭 가도록 하겠습니다. 하나생명 e스포츠 화이팅!
Yeah, reflecting on their mistakes in-game on the side of Hanwha Life and the drafts maybe also on the side of KT, echoing to what we've been talking about, which makes me wonder, is it a top-side meta here when it comes to the game we have today?
You know, I feel like it's more top side than it was like MSI, but I think MSI was like the most broken we've ever seen AD carry be after years of AD carry and bot lane being super impactful. So I think we've kind of had top lane be more influential now, top side more impactful, but I still think bot's really strong.
Yeah, I mean, as you see it, I think especially the Lehan's right now, his main focus on KT, like his movement is really important. I mean, that's why as we see it, the Connor pick up the Lehan's is really important. Like he get the really good matchups, I guess. Like even though he play like melee support, like Alistar, those kind of things, like it's really important that he get good matchup and the good lane phase, and he can actually get out the lane.
Yeah, even if like AD carry, like the champions aren't as strong as they were in MSI. Like, if you win bot lane, Lehens is free on the map, and suddenly he's going mid, he's going top, he's affecting the jungle, so I think that's really important. And also, BDD shouldering so much weight by just saying, I don't need counter picks, pick me a 0 and I'm good.
Yeah. And of course, these stats are for summer playoffs, as you can see, and they include flex picks such as Rel. I think it's going to be interesting to see if we can see any of those flex picks today. Do we have any time to take a look at predictions, Jason, or are we leaving this to the casters? All right, well, we'll see them later. No predictions first here on the side of the desk, but you guys have all the keys to enjoy today's matchup, so let's get to the games.
아니 이거 T1 이거를 해냅니까? 비상! 그냥 밀리는데요. 서머 시즌의 거인 KT가 그렇습니다. 저기 청하고 있어요. 아니 그래서 BDD? 자 미친 크레이지 않다. KT! 아 롤러코스터가 더 올라가네. 화장 넘어서. 하나 더 차가 불을 뿜기 시작했어요. 좋아요. 저희 땅이 망했습니다.
우리가 초고속 열차를 타고 대전으로 갑니다.
슈퍼솔저 왜 저래요?
그러니까 말이죠. 이거 되네요.
이건 게임. 하나 더 차가 불을 뿜습니다.
하나 생명 e스포츠.
와 하나 생명.
가자 화이팅 데카 발포 대전 가자 하나생명 화이팅
큐티 대전에서 만나요 파이팅 대전의 사람 바이퍼 대전에서 만나요 하나생명 e스포츠 파이팅
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last playoffs match of LCK Summer 2023 before we head to Daejeon. Extraordinarily excited to see who's going to make it there, and it all comes down to this. Will Viper be able to play in his hometown, or will the blessing of winning a round 2 in Summer undefeated actually not count for KT? Like, this is the thing. This has been a thing like where every single team that's won every single game in round 2 has been the champion. It has happened many, many times, Chronicler.
And then our question becomes, would it not be fitting if the team that breaks that trend is KT? I don't know. I do think that KT still deserve some of our faith, even given, as you look at me like...
Let's have a look at some predictions here, see who thinks what. Everyone
On the KT hype train, Monk W's in the chat. If I could get them, I'm going to join them, as I predicted a little bit too early. I didn't really think about what the implications might mean, and it looks like no one did. Everyone still thinks that KT, the #1 seed coming out of the regular season, is the favorite in this match, and that may just be their undoing.
There's no way it happens twice in a row. Right, Atlas?
Surely not.
No
That could
way.
never be the case.
I think that playoffs obviously are a beast of its own. I think that teams can overperform. I do think T1 very clearly belong. Okay,
it's feeling doomed. I'm not gonna lie.
So this is what really gets me: is you see all this and you're like, this makes sense. This team was undefeated. This team has beaten Hanwha the entire year. This team has been incredible. I don't agree with the all-first, all-pro, but at least 3 of those were very deserved, right? Looking at, I think most notably Keen and BDD, but even Lahens, to me, makes complete sense.
Yeah.
We know this team is good. And they were 1 game away from beating T1, and yet you see all this.
It's a little bit of a worry, but let us welcome KT to LoL Park for the final time this playoffs before we head to Daedron. They either make it there or they are back here for the World's Gauntlet. Keen will be coming out first. A man who did not necessarily perform up to expectation.
And a man that will have to perform today.
Indeed.
We have seen KT look best when this guy is playing at the top of his level. Their top side was one of the large reasons why they were incredibly dominant throughout the entirety of the split. Not just round 2, but even round 1. Don't forget, only lost to their direct competitor in Gen G, and Keen was a large reason of that.
Certainly was. So now let's welcome Cuz. Cuz has been pretty impactful for KT. I think that he's had a huge resurgence this year, but he's going to have to do better than he did last time around if they want to take down Hanwha Life Esports here.
Mainly looking at how he can punish Grizzly the way that Peanut was able to do, because that is going to be the key difference maker to me here today. As next, this man, I don't think deserves any flack for what happened in the last game.
BDD has just been incredible. I think that his stats are a little bit inflated. Faker is still not up to his final form, you could say, after his injury, but still he's so incredibly pivotal for this squad.
And I do think today he should be able to match Zeka and overpower him in lane. As aiming, unfortunately, falling prey to some of the expectations.
Aiming in best of 5s, ladies and gentlemen, it is very different to his opposite number. I think this is the lane that will make or break it if Hanwha Life Esports are going to win. I think it's vastly opposite side of the rift if KT are going to take control.
And not in the last place because of what was also mentioned on the space. And that is this man right here, which I think in many ways is one of the, if not the most important player on this roster in Lahens.
Our MVP of the summer season as well. Still a grin on his face, not looking like he's phased by anything at all. And this is your KT roster for today. Not going to be bringing in the entire Challenger team like they did in their final game of regular season. It is all down to this, and the pressure could not be higher. We'll see whether they can rise to meet it or whether that KT curse is going to come back yet again. 2 best of 5s in a row. I think it makes sense for this team to absolutely be the favorite, but it's worrying. If you're a KT fan, I imagine that things are scary. Hanwha Life Esports, though, not the favorites, but they've got 2 players that have been pretty clutch.
I mean, I'm counting Viper as well. I'm going for free.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm saying, like, recency-wise, I think it's been this man right here. And of course, the man in the mid lane as well. But Kingen, in their most recent series, I think actually played pretty well. I think against DRX played fantastically well. And I still think that that was a 2-1. I'm waiting for Game 4 in favor of Hanwha Life Esports. They kind of threw a couple of freebies away. And we would kind of denied the series that it could have almost been against Gen G.
Wasn't going to be the case. And G-Riz here today is struggling a little bit with his wrist. It was one of the weak spots, but can't fault this player.
This player was in Academy in spring.
Academy!
It's not even Challenger. And
Two
moves
teams
up.
down.
Yeah, and he's in Challenger for like, what, a few weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks. Saved that team as well, by the way.
Yeah, and then straight up into the LCK and did have, actually, honestly, a season-defining performance for Hanwha Life Esports that really got them back on track. And we'll see whether the wrist is going to be all right, as now it's Zeka's turn. Another one that went on the miracle run alongside Kingen last year. We'll see whether they can find that clutch factor again.
Mana has been shifting towards him. His synergy with Grizzly has been looking a lot better than it was previously mid-jungle. Never really a strength for Hanwha Life. But that was very well shut down. And today against KT, they have to make sure that Kazan BDD can't do the same thing.
That's exactly right. And now, 2021 World Champion AD Carry. Highest stats in playoffs so far, it's Viper. This guy, I'd say that he's a clutch player, but the thing is, like, it's not like he needs to come back from a bad performance. He just performs extraordinarily well every single time. He is so good, Chronicler.
And he will have to perform well today, not because the team relies on him, which, by the way, they do, but because I do think the bot lane has been a big problem point for KT in the playoffs.
Oh,
We
yeah.
saw them struggle, most notably against Kuma and Kara, and yes, those players have been playing a lot better. And Life is, in many ways, I think, the most unassuming player on this roster, but has done his job overall very well.
He has. Has also played alongside Aiming in the past, knows his quirks, can use them against him, and I think the bottom lane is certainly a place for Hanwha Life Esports to play through. I think that it really does line these teams up beautifully for win conditions on both sides, right? Keen, Cuz, BDD, I think are absolutely the strong points for KT. Hanwha Life Esports, if they can get to those team fights and set Viper up for success, I mean, that is a pretty clear win condition if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, not only has Aiming played with Life, but Viper has obviously also played with Lance on the original lineup.
No, of course.
So, fun little tidbit there with both of these supports taking on some of their former AD carries. And mid-jungle, to me, is going to be the main thing that I'm going to be looking at when it comes to draft. When it comes to gameplay, I do think that bot lane should be the focus. Trying to get a lead through mid-jungle, then generate that to get a lead in bot, open up that bot lane, make sure that you have a good matchup for your AD carry. I'm looking at that Ezreal.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah.
Ezreal Galio might be something that we're going to have to leave in the trash can. That did not quite work out last time around. Some definite experimental gameplay coming through here. By the way, I've got a question. Can we call this bot lane matchup between these two teams the life swap matchup?
I don't have an answer to that. I'm gonna let you one decide on that. I'll follow your call.
All right.
You know I will.
I'll see whether it catches on, and whether it does or not, I'm going to continue using it. Is basically how it's going to go. I'm very interested to see how these drafts are going to go. We actually heard from the coaches, and I think that they had a great read on how their matches went. KT saying that their drafts were a bit of a catastrophe. 100% agree. Dandy, on the other hand, was like, we just didn't know how to execute on great drafts, and I 100% agree with that. I think Hanwha Life Esports outdrafted Gen G in almost every game. They played not necessarily as well with the drafts, but the drafts that they were handed were really, really nice. And if they can continue doing that, but the execution can be better, then I think that there is an absolute shot, because it's one of these situations where the weakness of KT is the strength of Humble Life Esports.
We'll see if that will be enough, because despite all that, I do agree with you. I think that a 3-0 doesn't really give a clear indication of how the Gen G Humble Life series went, but I also think at best it would have been a 3-1. I think that Humble Life definitely should have won that one game, but the flaws that were kind of laid bare by Gen G and how consistent that team is, I think Humble Life need to have at least partially fixed, because KT of past at times it was a team that was, you know, really relying on like the early snowball, the top side. But I don't think that's true anymore. I think the team really has evolved past that, and we've seen most notably BDD, but even some of the other players be able to find these really crisp mid-game team fights in a way that I don't think they were able to before. And if Humble Life is going to give the most opportunities and play as loose and fast as they did against Gen G, I do think KT should still have a great angle here. And I do want to echo what you were saying. I think the drafts actually were quite nice. The one thing I do hope is that Grizzly gets either a little bit of help in draft, maybe some extra prio in mid, maybe some defensive warding, just so this player can get through the early game. Because if he does, I think he's perfectly serviceable for this level of play. But if Cuz gets going early, that's also one of the things that makes KT way scarier.
I think that if they have a fast and loose composition on the KT side, it is only going to benefit them. 100% agree. Rel going to be the first ban here as we jump into pick and ban for our final best of 5 here for the playoffs in Lol Park before we head towards Daejeon. Do or die for both of these teams. Of course, the World's Gauntlet is still on the horizon for the loser here. They're not going to be able to be the LCK champion. Viper would be out of a shot playing in his hometown. KT unable to live up to the blessing of winning an entire round at the end of summer. There's a lot on the line here. As look at KT. Look at that. See that? See that tree? That's learning right there. That's what that is.
It's a good ban. It's a great ban, as Alistair is going to get taken away. Really want to highlight how this pick that I think Wolf mentioned as well came up as a counter to Rel has just become a mainstay of supports, because the amount of impact you can have with it is amazing.
Also, it's Lehens and Carrier that aren't really allowed to play it because they find angles.
Yeah,
like
the light's perfectly fine, right?
No, you can give it to Delight. I think there's more scary things that Delight can do, to be perfectly honest. If he's on the Alistair, that's at least 3rd tier for the things that Delight can do. I think that player is just extraordinary. Sejuani going to be banned away. Grizzly has not won a game on this champion so far, but they're still respecting it for that duo potential with the Yone.
It is very telling, though, that they want to B1 Kai'Sa, because KT,
I hope it's Tristan,
loves Sejuani. I would agree, but I do think that Humble Life, Viper is perfectly capable of playing Kai'Sa, and I do think that aiming on the Xayah, not going to look as good, which is the main reason why I would expect it to be picked up here, and not giving the... that would be a curveball.
I love that.
And they are going to just straight up lock the Rakan here for Lehens, so giving him one of the strongest supports in the current meta for sure, but this does mean that you can Kai'Sa Tristana here on Humble Life's end. Zeka has looked very strong on the pick.
Very true. However, it gives KT Nocturne Ahri, and Nocturne Rakan has been absurdly powerful.
Ooh.
So Azir is going to come in for Zeka. A pick away from BDD, of course. BDD, a fantastic Azir player. Zeka has defaulted to Azir quite a lot in a lot of their games. But an interesting choice with Tristana still on the table, like you were talking about. Grizzly going to take away that Xayah just to deny the combination of the two. But this is kind of playing into what we were talking about. And we'll see whether KT do decide to go down that Nocturne route that has been successful in the past. Although not necessarily for KT when they gave it a crack.
Yeah.
Wouldn't blame the pick, personally.
Yeah, there are a lot of options here. You can either, especially with Rakan, you can lock in Kai'Sa Rakan in lane, kind of whatever, but afterwards, obviously, an incredibly strong combo. You can go for more aggressive styles, pick up a Viego, something that Cuz has really excelled at, and mechanically is extremely strong on. Taliyah is something that came back yesterday, and actually, I love into Azir Xayah. I think that both those picks can somewhat struggle. This, though, is a clear sign, again, of what we have seen over the last couple of weeks on this patch, is that the Kai'Sa actually dropping in priority to the point where neither team is going to pick it up. Instead, going to be the Zeri here for aiming.
It just feels like Xayah has kind of warped it, especially with players like Viper and Gunyushi who have been so incredibly good on the pick. Grizzly could potentially be going towards the Poppy. I think Kingen has actually played more of it so far, but still leaving that one up to a flex, of course. Something that can go into Viego relatively effectively.
Yeah, I actually really like it because it is good against Rakan Viego. It pairs well with the Azir, but because you're on the red side, you also keep the possibility of like you lock in an R4 support here, and on Life don't actually know, so they can you can end up flexing, as you mentioned, the Poppy towards top side anyway, and it does make drafting a lot harder, as we're going to see the Nico taken away here now. Do they ban Yone? You do have Poppy, which is a decent tool of dealing with it. But we have seen yesterday that it is not a fail-proof way of dealing with the champion, as Life his Blitzcrank is going to get taken away here.
Yeah, the classic Life pickup that he didn't find a win on in the playoffs last time they played, but he's always been pretty dangerous on it. And he's going to be taken away from BDD, one of his highest win rate champions so far this season, leaves so many things up and available. I think KT would absolutely grab themselves a Tristana if they would, if it's left up and available, which it should be. So interesting that Life Esports haven't really addressed it. Tristana Gragas could obviously come in, although it is something that you wouldn't necessarily like playing into Poppy. It'd still be able to get through the lane just fine, I assume.
Yeah, the one thing with Tristana, as good as it is, I do think it doesn't pair that well with the Viego. And I think having a strong mid-jungle 2v2 is really important here. But with the Poppy already locked in, the Ahri is also going to feel considerably worse. This is really interesting because this means that you give away, you give up the flex potential here and the opportunity to get a counter pick in for Kingen. And instead give a Life. Now, Life does have a couple of weird picks. You know, he's the set support, the Jarvan support guy. We've even seen him play Zillion a bunch of times.
True.
Which I'm just mentioning because we are already...
The Xerath is coming out for BDD. I believe this is the first time he's tried his hand at it so far this season. I believe he has played it in the past, but that might have even been dating back to the CJ Entus days, which is a very, very long time ago. Lehens, what is he locking in for Keen? The Renekton choice is going to be the Ornn. Okay. This is, I feel like we have definitely pivoted from KT, aiming for more for that later stage of the game. That's a Zac.
Zac into Xerath, yes please.
That seems difficult for Xerath to deal with.
Yeah, it's not fun. We'll see though. Life would, if there's anyone.
Yeah.
It would be him, but it's not going to be the case.
Not going to do it.
As this is a very nice cohesive color scheme on Humble Live, which I do appreciate. So looking at the draft, I think KT's draft does have a lot of power individually, but when you look at how it functions together, I like the Humble draft a lot more. The main thing for me is how much impact BDD is going to have. I do think Xerath into what is a pretty short-range composition outside of Azir, right? And Xerath obviously outranges Azir. Xayah into Xerath, we've seen really struggle. That part I do like. But when I look at how the early skirmishes are going to play out, imagine trying to 3v3 early on against Renekton, Poppy, you know, maybe a Leona roam and Azir, and you have Viego, Ornn, and Xerath. It feels a little clunky. I think that individually, the KT picks are quite powerful. I think, you know, for example, Ornn into Renekton, that's a good matchup. Xerath into Azir, that's a good matchup. But when looking at the draft cohesively, I'm very curious to see how KT is going to execute upon it.
Yeah, I'm interested in how it interacts with the Xayah pick as well, because I think the Featherstorm is very useful when it comes to dodging both of these solo laners' ultimates, but it's not going to be able to dodge both of them at the same time. So Rite of the Arcane is possibly going to be a way to just either push Viper out of lane and send him back home to give priority over to KT, or it gets a Featherstorm, and then you can engage, because they won't have that, and then the Call of the Forge God becomes a whole lot more valuable. It's really interesting how this Xerath is going to warp this game, depending on what position he is in when we get into it. But Kingen still 100% win rate so far this season on the Renekton, and that is terrifying. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our last Low Park playoffs match. It's best of 5 between KT and Humble Life Esports. The winner goes to Daejon. The loser goes to the World's Gauntlet and has to try and fight for one of the last places heading over to Worlds. And already we're in a pause. You absolutely love to see it. Plenty of time to have a bit of a chat here,
Nice.
Chronicler. And we can discuss this draft a little more as well, which is kind of cool. I think Harmon Life Esports got everything that they wanted, kind of again. They've been, like, I feel like Harmon Life Esports have just been in draft heaven in the playoffs, even if the results don't necessarily align with it.
Yeah, they really have been. And we'll see if in this game they're going to be able to. I'm looking at the runes. Didn't see any major things that could be a. It's not like we saw an electrocute Rakan or something. We're like, wait, what's?
Yeah.
He did go a spellbook actually, Lahens, which does mean that we might see some shenanigans with objectives later on. So the main thing I would be worried about when you look at Hanwha Life's draft, I think that their late game team fighting, funnily enough, actually should struggle into KT because of the amount of power that they have with the Xerath and the Ornn, right? As mentioned, we've already seen Xayah really struggle. I do think it's helped somewhat by the amount of hard engage available with the Leona and the Poppy, but it isn't a foolproof way of making sure that Viper can get to a team fight with health. I forgot which playoffs game it was, but we've seen this already where Xayah just walks up to lane, gets hit by like 2 out of the 7 right of the arcane bullets and has to go home. And I do think that a lot of the pressure does fall onto Grizzly here. Because if I look at how the early fights are expected to play out, I do think that there is, outside of mid, a decent amount of power in the laning phase for Hanwha Life. And then when you get to the objective, it's going to be how can Life and Grizzly engage into someone, right? Who can he lock down? How can we set up these fights? Can he hit his ultimates? And that might be a little worrying, but if Hanwha Life played as well, I think their early game is going to be really hard to deal with. And if they can start stacking some valuable Drakes, maybe pick themselves up a Cloud Soul, ooh, yeah.
Would be absolutely beautiful. That one is on the cards for today's match. Currently, the first one going to be a Mountain Drake.
I don't know
why I
checked.
said currently, just in case the Mountain Drake decides to just leave and we've got a different one. Would be kind of crazy if you could re-roll Drakes that way. BDD going to find the first W, and that means that I get to talk about BDD's Xerath. Currently on record, we have 3 Xerath games. He is currently a 66% win rate, so it is one of his comfort picks, obviously. Being facetious, it's been a very long time since he's played Xerath.
I just want to, how many Xerath games does he have again? Like 130?
Yeah, something like that. I don't think it's quite 130. I think he hit 100 this season, I believe. That was something that we were waiting for.
Yeah, it might be. I know between him and Faker, they've played an unreasonable number of games. And also Zeka has pivoted his rune setup to kind of try and deal with the Azir going for Comet. And as we see here, actually, that's a pretty interesting setup here, going for Unflinching as well as Gathering Storm. So Zeka still looking to be getting a lot of power as we go later into the game. And deal with some of the CC setup, although between Rakan and Ornn, there's obviously plenty of knockups that you'll have to take into account as well. As we do see, Kazan Viego, he's pretty good. It's good, yeah.
Grizzly also 100% win rate on the Poppy at the moment. Kingen, it's the Renekton factor. This guy, he got his hands on his Renekton in the series against DRX. That was definitely a win, and we'll see whose win rate is going to survive this. Of course, Cuz has lost 1 game, but that's just to make it definable, you know.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
You know, keeping it honest. And interesting there, I think it was trying to circumvent the ward. They were seemingly aware that there was a ward somewhere, but not exactly where. Will still get spotted on the camp. And now making his way towards the top half of the map, it looks like. Grizzly going to be a little bit behind, but will be able to just pick up a Scuttle as well. And that also means that Kingen should be aware of what is going on. And for Hanwha Life, I'm looking at the first objectives, right? We already see that Viper and Life are doing a great job here. You are going to be feeling great in that bot side matchup. Mid is obviously going to bleed a little bit, so if you can get bot side prio and get some early objectives through that, going to be feeling a lot better. As we do see the pings go down, seem to be aware of where Cuz should be
Yeah, Kingen actually coming down for a ward. Oof, that timing does just about. Misses that one. Nice little knock up there from Keen as he does take the cannon and parks this minion wave on the turret. You can see with that ward down in the brush, Cuz not going to be able to get on over to set up for any sort of dive.
And this is really good from Home Alive, because by far the biggest issue they had in the previous game was Peanut in that game completely taking over Grizzly's jungle. And there wasn't a whole lot you could do. With the mid-prior that BDD has been able to generate, there definitely would have been windows to try and get some aggressive plays going. And by setting up this type of aggressive vision control, they've been keeping track of Cuz rather for the entirety of the game thus far, and knowing where he is at any point, meaning Grizzly can safely get to a point where he's a little bit beefier and won't get taken down quite as easily.
Yeah, and aiming, he's doing all right in this lane. You can see down by about 9 CS right now, closer to 6, so about a wave. But I don't think it matters that much. I imagine that KT will just sort of leave him to his own devices and then hope that he can get a few burst fires in team fights later on, play towards topside, and play towards Cuz and BDD, doing a large portion of the mid-game damage with aiming, being able to come in the later stages, take as much pressure off him as possible, I think is a pretty good way of looking at it. It's been how the Zeri has been utilized by KT so far this playoffs and this season, and I'm hoping that that continues if you are a KT fan. Home Life Esports, on the other hand, it's about protect the president, and Viper will be able to do a lot of consistent damage in the late game as well on this Xayah. If you can have those big feather storms, the big blade callers, going to be pretty important, as Kingen almost manages to get knocked up there by Keen. Does move out of the way of the knock-up, so should be all right.
Nice sidestep. Keen is 6 now, so gonna have to be a little bit more careful with approaching that turret. I don't think King is at any threat right now, although BDD does have his ultimate available.
Yeah, he is just going to walk on over. There's the call of the Forge. Got a lot of long-range power here as the Rite of the Arcane. Oh my goodness, almost takes him down. There's the flash for the stun. And Kingen is going to be able to get over the wall, but he's still dead. That is an Arcano Pulse for first blood for BDD. They invested a lot, and Home Life Esports should be able to get themselves the Drake, but I like the aggression from KT.
Nicely done there by KT. Kingen takes a little bit too much damage there, trying to proxy, and was feeling safe. Held on to his Dominus as well. I wonder if he would have moved on to Keen early if there was an option as life goes in, but this is a Rakan, so notoriously difficult to get on top of. And really nicely done here by BDD as well, actually utilizing the global pressure that the pick has, getting himself 2 stacks on Darkseal, plus some early gold here on the Xerath.
Yeah, does give Zekker a little bit more room in the lane.
Yeah.
Does get himself a little bit further ahead, but you can see the Lost Chapter back does come through. And Zekker kind of feeling the pressure. Has gone for just a blue rock as well as the Merc Treads. So pretty low damage for his first back, and I think BDD is going to be pretty happy about how the lane is sort of situated.
Yeah, I do think the Merc Treads, and actually we see Viper also going for tier 2 boots. Into Xerath, always going to feel really good, specifically because everything that he has is a skill shot. The extra mobility and movement speed provided should help you out when looking towards maybe some of the skirmishes where BDD will have an impact. Yeah, Kingen's playing a game of bullet hell, and he's not doing a great job. And as mentioned, I was kind of expecting him to at least use his Dominus, but I think he identified that he might have been dead. Maybe there was an angle where he like slash and dashes through Keen and then Dominus gets out, but I also don't think they knew where Cuz was, so could be feeling like if I waste those cooldowns, it might cost us an objective down the line.
Potentially doomed. You're exactly right. Grizzly going to start off this Rift Herald. Has historically not been something KT's been all that interested in. They have one of the lowest Herald percentages. Have been focused on Drakes, but it's going to be double neutral objectives going over to Home Life Esports. Yeah, Lance is going to come in as Life just takes a Rite of the Arcane, actually predicting the flash, but there's the Heartbreaker. Grizzly now in trouble, but he does just say nope. And it is going to mean a reset on that Rift Herald, so KT still with an opportunity there, but they get them the heck out of dodge.
And I was wondering how KT was going to pull off the Viego Xerath. Well, as it turns out, BDD has no issues setting up for his Viego. Life takes a ton of poke here right from the get-go. And do note, they are a member up here. Life is on his way. And maybe now with Life coming back they could be able to still pick up this objective because Cuz and BDD don't have their ultimates available anymore.
Oh, there's an aiming ultimate. Viper running away here. Does have Featherstorm, Flash, and Cleanse. So I don't think he's going to die, nor is he really going to take very much damage. And now he's going to turn it on to aiming. Just a little bit of a half-hearted attempt at a kill.
Main issue there as well for aiming. Again, Viper has tier 2 boots. So like you're not, even being Zeri, it's going to be really hard to actually run him down. Using the ultimate there also means that Viper will now have advantage on the ultimate for the foreseeable future in the lane. Herald ends up going over, and when it comes to the kills, I think KT looking quite nice here in the early game. But Hanwha Life are still looking pretty decent on gold, although aiming's call is going to pop soon, which could pivot that a little bit. And hey, Cloud Soul still on the cards, Atlas.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, baby. That's what I'm looking for. September just around the corner. So I'm ready for it. Viper, just going 1v2 at the moment. Do you know what the beautiful thing about this? I said the life swap duo, but it's also like wife swap as well, with Rakan and Xayah being on opposite sides.
You're right.
Oh, there's so much lore in this matchup in the bottom lane. Absolutely beautiful. Love that I get to bring that back up again. Not that I really needed to. Kingen still farming out very, very well. A couple of waves in the lead at the moment against Keen, but I think Keen's probably totally fine with it. Was kind of expecting that lane to be a bit more neutral as we check out this replay once again. BDD picking the flash was actually kind of cute. Doesn't actually work out, but they still managed to kill Life.
Yeah, Life, that flash was an unfortunate one. Really did feel like the situation where, oh, does he get the double cancel?
Oh, man.
Oh, my hands.
And the Solar Flare also comes out, and they don't stop aiming's back. Lahen's just running circles around him.
He's such a joker.
He is, and it's against Viper as well, and it makes it even more hilarious.
He is ghosting you. Yeah. Oh, I love Spellbook Rakan. Look at him ghosting.
Yeah, he's just wants to reset. Wait, is he going to stop them again?
No.
Oh, surely.
No way.
Imagine if he just like grand entered the enemy jungle there.
Would have been very cool. Would have been very Lahen's. But if Poppy's there, he is dead.
He's very dead, yeah.
Also, I want to shout out BDD going just Ludens first. So expecting this to be full damage, kill Squishy. And again, I think that the main power of this Azir is that it completely can invalidate Xayah going into mid to late, unless Hanwha Life are extremely crisp with their engages, as we are actually not going to use this Herald to give gold to Zeka. Looks like instead it's just going to be a tool to apply pressure towards the mid lane, force a response, and set up for this dragon. Keen will have teleport available shortly. Might have a 5v5 here.
Yeah, Kingen actually has to walk on over. You can see Keen making his way out as well as Cuz moving into the pit. We'll get a stab down, and there is the teleport from the Ornn. So he will arrive about the same time as the Keeper's Verdict is going to send him away. And now the Crocodile's making his way forward. It is Poppy that locks down the Drake, and the Viego's already dead. It's a decent quickness for Lahen's as they get all the knockups. And now it's Aiming's turn to pop off. Kingen is trying to take control of this fight, and Aiming's in melee range, but Lahen's is there for the CC. Viper's in trouble as well, as Keen should have a Bellows Breath available. Not going to find the Arcano Pulse, but I think he's still going to have to flash, and there it is. Keen and BDD, the Bash brothers here in this game, as Zeka, not a whole lot he can do at this stage, but two Drakes do go over, and there is a big combo, but still, Shifting Sands going to get him out of there, and look at that dragon. Absolutely gorgeous. Everyone's going to be sprinting around the jungle.
And the initial fight looks really rough for KT, but the way they turned around again, look at the amount of damage that is going to end up being done here by BDD in particular, as Keen gets out of the way, but again, look at BDD. Look how much damage he already does here. Life and Grizzly both very low. Then Lahen starts setting up, and then the combo of right of the Arcane. And if they can cancel BDD there, then maybe they can win the fight. But instead, it ends up being spread out. You have Kingen trying to get on top of Azeri, which if he had flash and there was no Rakan there, maybe that works, but it doesn't actually end up going the way of the Crocodile, and that means Aiming picks up a bunch of kills, and the gold lead remains firmly in favor of KT. Now, Hanwha Life did get the Dragon, which is why I think it was a relatively even trade. I do think Cloud very valuable into KT's comp, and just in general for the champions that Hanwha Life have available, but KT's fighting and skirmishing looks so much better here in the early game.
No, absolutely. I think also that if KT can snowball that team fight into getting control of the bot side river for next time. 4-stack Cloud on this composition sounds pretty rough.
It really
for Life Esports to deal with when one of those champions is a Zeri.
It's really an all or nothing, because I look at Xerath and Ornn with Cloud Soul and I don't feel anything. And then I look at Rakan and Zeri and I'm like...
Yeah, I feel a lot of things. And also like Viego as well, his ability to nip around the rift.
Absolutely.
Especially if he turns into Grizzly. If they manage to get a kill there, then it could just be lights out here for Life Esports. I really do like how BDD has been playing this Xerath. We've seen it be such feast or famine purely based on how willing you are to pull the trigger. Because if you do have control of a situation, you're the one with information advantage, then the Xerath is absolutely amazing because you can't just turn on a dime as the opposite team to answer the threat. If you are against a Xerath and you have control of a situation, then he just doesn't get to play the game, right? Because you dive on top of him, take him out, and then not going to be involved, and then they're out of threats. You've got a bit of an engage here. KT have just found Grizzly. We'll see whether he can get out of here. There's the blast cone, but the Ram just mows him down. And Keen going to be able to lock down that kill. Grizzly, unfortunately, falling at the hands of the control of KT around that top side.
Paul and Grizzly a little bit too far forward there. We had KT also looking for a possible dive. Kingen actually having both Cuz and Aiming coming onto his position. And I think maybe because of that, Grizzly felt like he could be further up. Second death here. And again, this is Grizzly's second best of 5. In the LCK.
Is Aiming ganking Kingen here? He's going to try and teleport away from a Zeri? It's going to work, okay. That's a very scared Renekton. He's in the back of the... What? And
they don't know!
They had no idea! Wait, surely they could have seen that one.
Why did he TP there?
I don't... It's a panic TP, I guess.
I must have been like clicking on the map and then clicking the ward instead of
It's just so strange. He's being ganked by an 80 carry.
So many turrets.
And he's a big old crocodile. Like, I guess he is 0-2-0.
Yeah, he's not a big crocodile.
But yeah, that was just a very absurd situation. Just based on the very nature of how the two champions are supposed to function. Just very, very strange.
It's a little silly.
It does show the game state right now, though, as Kingen is not the crocodile that he's used to being. Remember, 100% win rate on this champion. The guy has been absolutely phenomenal at the croc. But Keen has done a pretty good job of just keeping tabs on him in lane, and then in these team fights, it really has been Kingen copping the brunt of it. So 1-0-4 for Keen as well.
That's what I want to see. I already mentioned, like with Ludens, you're probably going to be looking to go Shadow Flame and Sorkpan boots. You are, and he has 8 stacks on Magus as well. You are doing basically true damage, and unless they immediately eliminate BDD from any fight, he's gonna like free tap Viper or Zeka. And it's not even like Grizzly or Life are going to be in a much better spot. We also see, as mentioned, Aiming sitting on a...
He is absurdly fed.
Lead here. Yeah.
Like, and this is the sweet spot for KT. Like, KT loves it when Aiming is accidentally the hard carry of the game.
Yeah.
Because they didn't really play around him, right? They played towards topside. They took down Kingen early on to make sure that Keen's lane's going to be okay. But then Aiming is just the benefactor. We're certifying these Zeri moments in the early game. And that is where KT is really flourished.
This is really twofold. I want to give credit to KT for how aggressively they're pushing the leads and lanes, but also have to criticize Hanwha Life. They are not getting anything. Like, the previous plays involved Grizzly getting caught on top side, while Kingen was zone of a wave in bot. Then both top and mid fall down as...
Lehen's not going to be able to find Viper there. Does make it out, so at least he doesn't die. Still
yeah, he gets spelled
with the Featherstorm.
Doesn't need flash.
I like that Lehen's like waits a second though to see if he gets an early Featherstorm out of Viper and then goes in. Instead just decides to get the Featherstorm anyway. It's kind of cute little mind games being done.
But yeah, I want to see more out of Hanwha. They're kind of just letting KT take everything on the map, and you know, Grizzly gets picked off. That's definitely rough. As the Keen TP.
Man, this could be a pretty dangerous Ornhorn, and in it comes. He gets the knock up there. Is just not able to walk it out. His life a little too slow on this Leona. And it's not over yet. Right at the Arcane, the DDR. Viper's trying to play it, but has to flash. to get out of the way of the grand entrance, but here into the back line, it's the Heartbreaker for Cuz as he dives forward. Zeka has to flash the wall, but now it's cleanup time. You ain't getting away from this, Zeri, as there is a whole bunch of kills going over to Cuz here. Picks one up in the form of Zeka, and I think this game is all but over.
I would agree, yeah. The KT composition, to me, looking at it, I think the late game was always going to be theirs, but I have to give them credit for how well they were able to pilot it through the early game, right? Getting BDD ahead, getting Cuz a couple of kills, and then finding one or two big fights where Aiming picks up some gold, and from that point on, I don't think Home Alive have a whole lot to say. And the moment you start falling behind, even though on paper this looks like a good teamfight comp, it's just so over. The long-range engage of this composition, the chase potential with a Zerafilt, Zeri, Rakan, and then the hard engage that's provided by the rest of the team is basically impossible to deal with.
It's also just one of the best snowball comps that you can ever make, ever. Like, if Xerath is behind, he does nothing. If Xerath is ahead, he has a billion buttons that do a trillion damage. Yeah. Like, it is just insane how like, we've all played against the support Xerath main in solo queue that just does absurd damage and looks like a mid laner, and you're like, I can't play the game, and I never want to play League of Legends ever again in my life. That is basically what BDD is.
It's still my personal headcanon that the real reason you hate Jhin is because there was a Jhin Xerath lane that hurt you on an unforgivable level.
No. Xerath Misfortune is easily my least favorite.
Oh, yeah.
You get hit by a stunning orb and you're just instantly dead and you can't play the game. And my hands aren't good enough to use cleanse properly. This is, you know, some stories from not necessarily the highest tier League of Legends, but still ones that I want to share. As Kingen could be in trouble once again because Aiming just loves ganking the Crocodile. The Dominus comes down and Kingen's just going to have to try and walk it off. Yeah, Aiming spacing's pretty nice. Zeka is going to come in. Aiming just says pop, and even Keen able to find a knock-up onto Zeka. There's just not a whole lot that Humalife Esports can do. And on top of that, like, I had a bit of a mold session about the Xerath, but I don't even think so much of this is about that because they get to start fights whenever they want with Lehens and Keen. That combination really allows you to engage whenever you want. And Cuz is on Viego, another one of the best snowball champions. And if Zeri gets ahead early, we all know what she can do. And so the fact that KT have had the early game under their control makes it all but impossible for Humalife Esports to do anything.
Yeah, and again, to me, the Humble Life comp works when they are playing on the front foot, but Kingen got put behind early on, right? The early skirmishes didn't actually end up working out as obviously, yeah, just going to get taken down. There's nothing you can do with Zeka there. You're not going to win that 2v2 with how far ahead Aiming and Keen are. Keen hasn't even started giving out ornaments, by the way, so this game is...
Oh, dear.
Yeah, no, it's very dumb.
They're going to let him live. Well, Solar Flare is going to
not that.
Walk off the right of the Arcane. So
but
it's the wrong of the Arcane, I guess.
Yeah, Life and Grizzly, they need to be the core, the engine of what makes this composition work. And both of them had a bad game. And I think for Grizzly, unfortunately, it kind of continues what we saw in the previous split. Player dealing with wrist issues, but more importantly, this is his second best of 5 in the LCK.
Yeah.
And he is a very important part of this comp. And in live, as we saw, severely underestimating the early damage of the Xerath, getting picked off. Not something that you can afford against a team that's as good at snowballing as KT is. Because now,
Isn't this Grizzly's second best of 5 in his life?
I don't know if he played any Academy best of 5s. That's the reason why I didn't.
Like professional best of 5.
I think Academy will count. Yeah, but you can, you know, yeah. I don't know where you draw the line, but it definitely isn't very experienced.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear to people that Grizzly really is brand new.
Yeah.
Fresh off the presses. And in this situation, it is very difficult, no matter what happens. It's right the Arcane, and Viper forced to play the DDR, but he's not quite able to do so. He's going to be completely pushed out, something that we warned about early on in the draft, and now KT get full control because Viper's not there to help defend. Zeka's not going to be enough damage by himself, especially in the state of this game. As 23.5 minutes on the clock. Second Cloud Drake going to be coming through here. Cuz going to be able to take that one by himself. And then KT can set up for a Baron if they would like to. In fact, they could take whatever they would like on this Rift, as there is a control ward at the back of the pit. So Humalife Esports should be able to keep tabs on exactly what's happening. Whether they could stop whatever's happening is going to be the bigger question.
And we'll have to see. Lehens, this B1 Rakan actually working out exceptionally well, right?
Yeah.
As he'll marry it. Why not?
On top of a control ward, and they're not even gonna remove it. BDD not gonna be teleporting into that pit though, as here's the Ornhorn. Life gonna be taken down, trying to keep them busy if he can. It is gonna be the Baron secured by Life Esports, but is it? Baron for Nexus, they're trying to get themselves out and they're hoofing it.
The heist!
They managed to get out, thanks to the Cloud Rift in part, but they are gonna be able to delay this game a little longer.
Can Zeka make it home? Ooh, I think... Oh, aiming.
Oh, he does find the extendo beam. Does manage to skate his way out, but now he doesn't have any mobility. Decent DDR, but the last shot's going to get in there thanks to the buffs to the Xerath ultimate. And KT should be able to now push through. And even though we say that they get out if you lose members, KT should still now be able to use this man advantage to break open the base.
Yeah, that's going to be a negative Baron power play, unfortunately. I do think it gives Humble Life more time, because sieging into this isn't really going to be a possibility from this point on, as long as the Baron buff is up. But that buys you like 2 minutes, and to what? I don't think it gets a lot better, as we do see Life gives his life here, just to make sure that Cuz doesn't make it to the pit. Nicely done, and obviously that means that Grizzly can get the smite in. I think it went down relatively low nonetheless, so comboing not super clean there. But then here, crucially, we don't actually see Zeka, I think, stay with the rest of his team.
He's just painting. He's got his Wacom tablet out and just hit him a little bit.
BDD is an artist.
He is.
You imagine? Look at him go. Love to see it.
Oh, got his easel. That's what he's painting in. That beautiful little book there with a 10 next to it. 307. I think I know who's front runner for my POG.
Oh, I already put it down.
Okay, it's already on the table.
Yeah, don't you worry.
Beautiful.
I already put it up. Do want to give a shout out to Lehens again. I think Rakan is going to be banned against him for the rest of this series. Yeah. But yeah, no, it has to be him.
Okay, Life, Dance, Revolution. Gets hit with the last one, but otherwise I liked it. Nice footwork there.
I would love a Xerath skin where as soon as he starts ulting, you hear the music.
Yeah, Zumba instructor Xerath. That's what we need. We are going to see this turret getting taken down extraordinarily low. The Baron is, I mean, it's up to was almost up to a positive power play, but that is going to be an inhibitor going down. And like we were talking about, there's not a lot of control. Emperor's Divide is just going to be dodged here by Cuz, who presses an R button to go untargetable. That's going to work out for him. Kingen is...
Yes, Baron buff.
Yeah, he's doing some Baron pushing, as this inhibitor turret could be in trouble. So, they do break open the base in 2 spots, but Kingen might be able to get himself. He does. Gets an inhibitor turret. There we go. Not going to grab the inhib, but still, that is a decent trade back.
Hey, that's a gold positive Baron power play.
Hey, like 1,000 of the gold as well.
Aiming and Lehens. They're like, nope, we're not walking up there.
Aiming has decided that he's a jungler. That is how he's going to do
it
this.
live. Don't do it live.
Oh dear. He is Leona, gets to press W, but look at how many friends are here as well, because there is a Xerath with Ride of the Arcane available. And that means that you are fighting way more than just Lehens and Aiming, who are just going to take away this inhib. So it was a valiant little effort there from Kingen to get some side laning done, but they still lose 2 inhibitors. Map control absolutely in favor of KT here, as Zeka finds himself in front of Cuz, who is just very happy with this whole situation. And look at this. Yeah, it's just a gank by BDD from 1 billion miles away.
It's 18 pages in the book.
Yeah.
Level 16.
Oh dear.
Can't go to a side lane. Can't be done.
This is definitely at least a chapter book now.
Man, Viper only died once this game. That's about as good as it gets. 15-1 here in game 1.
Well, Keeper's Verdict going to come through. That is going to evict the bottom lane. They could just make their way around. And it is circulation of the drain for Life Esports at this stage. It is such a rough one. Still, KT, beautiful execution of a really interesting comp that they put together. They played it out to a T as well. Not something that could be said about how they played against T1 earlier on in the week. As Life not having a great game today either. As Cuz just finds Zeka, and he's got his handy Arcanist from the mid lane. Easy peasy.
very, very easy peasy. BDD, you know, he hasn't been threatened all game. He's just living his best life. Got to aggressively flash as well. And this is something that I do think when we have seen the immobile mages into the Azir, a large part of the struggle was when flash was down, particularly with Poppy. You would expect there to be any possibility, but I think didn't give him a whole lot of space or opportunity.
It's also when you have control of the jungle, when you have control of the map, you can be the Xerath and just not care because you just constantly outrange. You can always make sure that you're not going to be hit by a shuffle by just pressing Arcano Pulse and standing as far back as you like. It's always just when a Xerath can be flanked from behind and can't actually space against his opponent, that's when you run into trouble. But if you just have all of the information, you should always be okay in those instances. And we've seen that BDD absolutely was. This is like probably the most perfect situation for him to be in after how the early game went as well. And so it really does look great. Extendo Beam and Arcano Pulses flying through from over the wall here as BDD is just poking. And it's looking very dire. So the last turret of the inhibitor variety is going to be taken down here towards the top side. Potential team fight could break out as Cuz goes pretty deep into that backline. The explosion of damage from aiming as he presses the R button, and so does BDD. Viper not going to dance his way out of that one. Aiming collects another one of these kills, and it is just clean up. Aiming just walking under Nexus turrets. The Arcano Pulse for the triple. BDD just demonstrating that, by the way, the POG is mine, if you guys forgot. We didn't forget BDD. It's totally okay. We are terrified of what you're doing on this champion, and Kingen, he wants out. He wants into game number 2 ASAP and wants to forget this as soon as possible. KT returning to some form here in game number 1.
And yeah, give him the zoom in. Give it to him.
I mean, this is a guy that wasn't even playing poorly in their last series, right?
Oh, no.
Against T1, BDD was absolutely fine, and he's like, oh, coach, you need me to step up? All right, I'll step up even more. Don't you worry.
And the individual play of BDD, pristine. Obviously doing an exceptional job and actually utilizing his ultimate as soon as possible.
Yeah.
As soon as that proxy on top side came through to aggressively pressure the enemy Renekton, put him behind, and once you start falling behind as Renekton in a matchup versus Ornn, it's super over. But even more impressive to me, and something that I don't know if Humble Life are going to be able to figure out in this series, is the way that the mid-game macro played out. Because KT was able to push turrets on both sides of the map.
Oh.
And this wasn't even when they were like at a point in time in the game where the lead was completely blown out, right? Like once you get to like 5k, understandably Humble Life doesn't really have any response to what is happening, but Humble Life just looked kind of lost on the map. They didn't really push any turrets, they didn't make any proactive plays after the early fights didn't go their way. And if you do that against KT, it's not happening.
It is certainly not happening. KT looking extraordinarily dominant in game number 1. They have only been successful in the playoffs on blue side, though might have to win on red. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that game. We'll head to game number 2. We'll see you there.
레오나 같은 거
디테일 생각해야 돼.
보성이 형만 조심해. 우리 괜찮아.
보인다. 나 자야 살짝 볼 수 있고.
앞에서 그냥 살짝만 물리서. 보자. 다야 보자. 천천히. 괜찮아. 다 이겼어.
아지랑 떴고. 아지르.
잡았어.
태울게.
자리.
팬 여러분의 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
대전 마이스티.
우리의 전성기 지금입니다. KT 넘버원. 마지막에 이기는 게 최후의 승자죠. 빅게임의 악마 모드 온.
And welcome back to the space, everyone, as KT Rolster opens up the score 1-0 against Hanwha Life Esports. As expected, I would say, but it was more brutal than what I thought, honestly.
Yeah, it was pretty one-sided. I feel like it was quite early on that the game was just kind of done. I think they got early momentum in the favor of KT, and I think ultimately a lot of it came down to the fact that they couldn't really deal with the Xerath.
Yeah, I mean, starting with the draft, like, honestly, like, from HLE, like, I think they did have a, like, early game, the moment they picked Leona with the Poppy, like, early game stuff, like, they shoot kind of snowballing. Also, Poppy was actually pathing down, and they didn't really get anything. Also, meanwhile, I think Round3 was not able to snowball in Ornn 1v1 enough because the jungle pathing thing, too. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that even, like, mid the gank, like, Azir into Xerath, the reason why you're not really picking, like, frequently is, like, after level 6, Xerath do get pressure, but this game was not at all because the laner was just completely gapping.
Yeah, and I think you need to make things happen with this composition. Like, I like the first 3 picks from the side of HLE Esports, but KT saw that these are like very good disengaged champions, very good at kiting back, and they picked the Xerath, who just outranges all of them. And if you don't do something about that, you don't set KT behind, it'll just become a big problem. And I think it also manifested in team fights as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like we've seen the same effect that HLE against Genji in the first game, not playing to their composition strength. But I like how everything we set up during the pre-show did not happen first pick support when usually Lehend gets the counter pick. Same goes for Zeka on his side. On paper, guys, KT's draft. On 1 out of 10, how do we rate this one? It should not work like this, it feels.
Well, I mean, it's more so, I mean, I would say it's a kind of a lot of the outscaling. Rakan's outscaling, Viego outscaling, Zeri outscaling, Ornn's outscaling, Xerath, kind of question markable since like there's no like a lot of the example, but there's still a thing is like Xerath, since we know like it's good against the Azir because it has long range, but I would still say like 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10? Okay.
I think it made it rough for HLE Esports because we went in this series saying KT will come out ahead early, and for HLE, maybe you're going to lean into the team fights. But I think with how the draft went out, for HLE Esports, they had to be the ones making the early agency, and you could see they struggled with that.
Using the Poppy, using the Leona a bit more, as you were saying backstage during the game. Let's play the first highlight though, because as we said, Xerath playing a lot in these team fights, creating space, poking, and in the end, that's not how you want to approach fights when you're Hanwha.
Yeah, and the thing is, they don't look for a flank angle, and we see Lehend's get a 5-man charm, and everyone on HLE Esports is clumped up, so Xerath can just free hit.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of walked into the Lehend's moment, but also I think there's like the HLE Esports, they tried it. Like Zeka actually tried it, they failed like kind of like really badly, and I was like, it's just bad. Like the engage was like not clean like HLE. This is a thing that like they kind of have to step up. Like as the Dandy mentioned about like scrimmaging has to be better, the team fighting has to be better. This is the moment that they have to win.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Renekton just kind of didn't know what to do. It's like a dog chasing cars where it's like, oh, do I go? No, I'll go this way. Maybe I go this. Oh, I'll go for the Rakan. And it's like, you need to be like behind the Xerath. You need to make the backline feel uncomfortable.
It's really hard when you have so many threats on the side of KT, and casters were mentioning the fact that when it came to mid-game, KT was just splitting the map so much that it was impossible to contest on any side. I want to roll the second highlight we have, as it is going to be yet another team fight. We see the TP flank here, and yeah, everything collapses from that.
I mean, as what just Dan said, like the HLE compositions with the Renekton having, especially there should be the one flanking the fight, but they are getting flanked because they are 5-man mid. Like the game state already was, I guess, like as we said it, like the game state was so broken, like from early on, the balance was not even close. Like honestly, just KT just could have an opportunity that roll over, and they just didn't lose the opportunity. They just got the shot.
I also think it's pretty cool because like all the other champs on the side of KT were like diving forwards, and it's kind of how like you can make a long-range artillery champ fit with that. Like everyone else is diving and you're just sitting back firing the ult charges. You kind of see that with Ziggs sometimes, where like you have a dive comp matched with that to just fire the ult on top. It's pretty cool.
I want to follow up on a special champion, Renekton, as King Ed was undefeated before this game, and we know that during the game against Genji, he was completely banned by Genji. They saw this as a threat. KT didn't shy away from leaving the champion open, and in the end, it plays out for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why I think they banned Sejuani, so making sure that Renekton doesn't get actually the super buff with the Sej, and is like not getting snowballed by the Renekton set, because their 2v2s like actually just unlosable, and that's why. I mean, they were winning, and also Dan has the point against the Genji, right?
Well, what point against Genji?
No, they perma-ban on the Renekton.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They respect it.
Yeah, Genji respected, but actually, I think it's so great in a best of 5 is you come in game 1 and you leave the Renekton open, because if you lose to it, then you can just ban it, right? You've only lost 1 game. But because they won, they don't have to ban Renekton for the whole series, because they know they can handle it, they can deal with it. And honestly, we'll probably see HLE Esports a little bit unsure about the pick after it got massacred by an Ornn. I
mean, that's the thing, it's their basics, and if it doesn't even work, what can you fall to in the end? Do we have the player of the game here? Let's reveal then, shall we? You guys voted. Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy
stunking
one.
On them.
I mean, he was like, I think more so. We didn't put the highlight one as like this type of the play, because it's like they could have still won. Honestly, HLE still could have won. I mean, it's a bad start. Like, it's completely agreed, because the BDD was actually just able to move out to the top lane, even this play. Like, the mid jungle duo, as we said, like it's really important, and they got the point. So it's a KT favorite no matter what from early game.
Yeah, and honestly, Xerath is one of these champions where it's so skill shot reliant. It's very easy. You miss a few and you just feel like you're not doing anything. But especially with the way they changed his ult, your ult does more damage the more shots you have landed from it. So, you know, if you're hitting multiple in a row like he was, it just becomes unplayable. And I think this is fair.
Even media has to agree here. It was too obvious. Resetting the mindset for the next game, Hanwha Life Esports will play on blue side. It was harsh. I really don't know what is. Do we have a glimpse of hope for Hanwha Life given the way game 1 went? And we've seen one-sided games and teams coming back. But here, what is the hope for the team? What do you want to do?
I mean, as what in pre-show, as what Dan said, like the HLE, the strength is about the team fighting. I think they shouldn't give up because they lost against Genji. Because Genji was a clearly better team as the same style, but HLE still has a strength that team fighting well. They shouldn't be picking like snowball team comp from the draft. Like I think they can do easily well later in the game.
And I think ultimately this team started to look best when they started to pick like these heavy dive focused multiple engage comps where they're easier to play but they just work. So lean into that. No more like defensive peel back comps. Go for the engage stuff.
Trust themselves and trust their carries as well. It's been playing out for them really well. We'll see what happens in game 2. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law and the Spacemen, on the breakdown of game number 1. We would hazard to agree. KT coming out absolutely strong with a composition that just does so incredibly well from ahead. BDD, the most obvious POG in the universe.
Where would you say Spaceman ranks as your favorite killer song?
It's probably in the top 10.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, BDD, incredible game. And I really hope that we see a switch up in Hanwha Life. I'm with the Space on this one. Try and give the majority of your agency not to your rookie, who I actually confirmed it, got it confirmed, is playing his second competitive best of 5 ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and he played his first a few days ago.
Yeah, so maybe don't have him on a pick like Poppy that I think really shines when the player is playing with full confidence, not afraid to go in.
It was also his first time playing Poppy.
Yeah.
So on this level of stage. So it's I think that aiming for a little bit more comfort sounds like a really good idea. Also, denying the Zeri was a way that T1 really capitalized against KT. And I think Hanwha Life Esports have an opportunity to do that here. We'll see whether it comes out in the bans. There's already 3 bans aimed at Lehens. They're gonna B1 Rakan, and then they're just going to hope that Lehens isn't going to be able to answer, because it might be Rakan into Leona again on the other side of the matchup, and that would be pretty funny. Let's see what KT are going to ban away. They could just ban Rakan. But then they're walking into a whole bunch of scary first picks, and we'll see what is actually going to get through here. As last time around, the Rel was banned away, so the Rakan is going to be banned this time, and now Rel is going to be left up and available, and Hanwha Life Esports can freely pick it. There it goes.
Yeah.
What is the answer here from KT?
4, possibly 5 support bans to come through here, if you count the
6.
Maokai as well.
100% 6.
Okay, well, I'm not on board.
It's the anti-Zeri synergy of the Yasuo Sejuani that we saw employed by Lehens and Ruler last year.
Okay. Calm down there, Atlas.
I'm not. What do you mean? That's legit. It's the thing that happened. Okay.
You remember it winning?
Yes.
Did it actually?
Yes.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, like every time. But Genji was absurdly strong.
They were a little bit better than everyone else. Yeah, I do think that the very obvious intent of Hanwha Life was to pick away the Rakan. So seeing it get banned is not a surprise. If they now... Okay, I was about to say, if they end up going for exactly the same thing, I would be a little disappointed. Now, BDD does deserve our faith, but this is setting up for a very obvious Yone here. Now, Yone into Poppy, I think, is always going to feel a little bit subpar. But we saw yesterday that it by no means is a guaranteed answer into the pick, and it's Zeka. You know, it's that or Akali. And Akali buffs, they're like 2 patches from now, Zeka. They're not here as of right now, and I also don't want to see you pick Akali into Poppy. Tristana, also perfectly fine, and this does remain a flex pick with the Rel specifically. I think Tristana Rel actually is a really good combo that we've seen do well in bot lane, and what do you pick up here? I think you do have to pick up something for Grizzly. Viego is not going to feel amazing.
I think you can hold the flex. I think holding the flex makes a lot of sense. Well, holding one of the flexes at least. Kai'Sa is going to be locked away, so we do have confirmation that Tristana is heading into the bottom lane, unless they do some Kai'Sa shenanigans, but doesn't feel that great into the Azir. That is going to be the Desire as KT attempt to run back Harma Life Esports' exact composition. If they do that, that would be... It reminds me of Ender's Game, you know, where you have to... Like, it's not to win, it's to obliterate them so much you win every subsequent battle as well.
That's dark.
If you destroy them with the composition that they just failed to beat you with, that comes close, in my mind.
True, but I don't think we're going to see like top Tristana and Xerath come through, which was a definitely linchpin.
Harma Life Esports doesn't have to have...
That doesn't matter.
They don't have to have KT's comp. KT just needs to have Harma Life Esports' comp. And if they don't ban Renekton, they probably will.
Yeah, Renekton Leona seems pretty likely. Unless Lahens really wants to get crazy and is like, I'm going full disengage and locks in Janna, which I wouldn't mention if not for the fact that it is Lahens.
He's having a giggle.
If someone would...
I think it might be Singe time.
It's never Singe.
You know what?
Time.
What is Lahens' best win rate champion with over 6 games?
Is it Singe?
Oh, wait. Yeah. No, it is. It is Singe. 6-0. 6-0. Undefeated. It's impossible
it's a little bit
to
of
lose on that champion.
A little bit of cherry picking with that one, isn't there?
That's not cherry picking. That's called picking all of the games he played Singed.
Yeah, no, but just saying 6 games or more.
Well, I mean, you just have like 100% win rate's hard to beat.
Yeah, that's true. That's not the issue at sample size wise. We do see the Braum and Jax taken away here.
Oh my, it's happening, isn't it?
So it's going to be Gragas for King and then, or Ornn, if they're Renekton here. Which I hope they don't. I hope you save counterpick for King. Because you're already...
So they just lock the Leona?
Have a suspicion. Yeah, and obviously it can be Jungle Rel as well.
What's happening, dude? Oh, this would be fun. Okay, Renata Glass going to come in. So it's not going to be a run back of Harma Life Esports' composition. And the anti-dive of this Renata is actually very, very dangerous if she can keep her distance. As Kingen going to go to his World's MVP champion.
Yeah,
Picking a blind is scary.
Yeah, blinding it into Renata, Poppy, Xayah, and Azir.
Yeah.
Does not feel like the angle.
As it's going to switch to Renekton. So there it is. Back to his face. I mean, it feels pretty similar, to be perfectly honest, as Life, considering a Heimerdinger at the moment. See what they are going to do. Can pivot to a jungle. Can pivot to a bunch of different things. Don't know about Annie. I don't see where that necessarily fits. So Annie's support would be a thing. Oh, where is that going?
Circles!
Okay.
Circles, Atlas.
And this means that Harma Life Esports have decided to go for the KISS strategy. You know, the keep it simple, stupid. Just go for as many circles and R buttons as you can press. Let's do it. As that is going to be Viego locked in. So top lane Poppy here for Keen, who is just sticking on the tank hype train on into Poppy. For the gentleman on the top side of the map. Difficult for Renekton to get through this champion as well. And Cuz back on a carry jungler to try and put the pressure onto Grizzly. And where is it? A Mumu Kai'Sa. Are we actually going to see a Mumu Kai'Sa? I mean, I love that. And this is Life, right? This is the guy that just wants to get on anything that can engage in the bottom lane. If you can like flash level 1 to get that Q angle that works out, reset your bandage toss, go for it again. That could be a whole lot of fun. Very interested to see how this one's going to go.
And the Amumu is going to have to do some heavy lifting here. We saw in the last game that Harma Life fell behind. This is definitely a we all in you, and either it works and we will know in the first 3 seconds of the fight, or you're going to get feather stormed and hostily taken over and swept away and not have the best of time. I think that the Harma Life comp, again, looking at it by itself, it doesn't feel that rough. But then you look at what is available on the opposing team, and I'd be a little bit worried because the amount of disengage tools that are available for KT are pretty ridiculous. And Hanwha in game 1 didn't really give me the confidence that they can snowball a game. Now, if you can get Viper ahead and he can start poking, that does really pivot once we get to mid to late. But that is reliant on them winning the early game. And after last game, I don't know if they can.
Yep, I also really love KT holding that flex of the Poppy until the very end, making sure that their Viego angle is exactly what they want. KT once again coming out of the draft feeling good. We'll see whether this is their first red side win. Ooh, both fan groups really erupting here in LoL Park for game number 2. Harmalife Esports with an opportunity to bring us to a best of 3. And KT trying to win their first red side game of playoffs. We'll see whether they can do so as BDD back on his famous Azir. And Harmalife, I mean, it's such a huge pivot. You know, they went from disengage, play it safe, try and get some, you know, some kite back team fighting to we're going in. And that's about it. It's just going in.
Yeah, just go in. And I don't think that's easy into the KT comp. And I feel like in the last game, I think KT, again, as we mentioned during the draft and during the early game as well, if they got to late, I think that the Xerath and the Ornn just provide such an incredible amount of threat to Xayah, meaning that Viper can't play the game. And I think both Azir and Xayah really struggle when they're outranged. And then KT piloted the early game really well, got a lead, and then from that point on went to mega stomp the game. In this one, I think that they can lose the early game and still be fine, because I think this time when you're playing a full disengage comp, right? Poppy, Xayah, Azir.
There's a bandage toss like we were talking about.
Yeah.
Renato kind of just doesn't care, as it turns out. Just kind of press that, what is it, logistics program to get the shield. And they're going to win out on the trade.
I have no idea what you're talking about. There are only 3 Renata skills.
Handshake?
That's hostile takeover, handshake, and bailout.
Got it. And so she does have another, she's not a Felios.
Well, she also has a passive, but...
Yeah, no, we don't know that one.
We do.
There's only a few champions that I know the names of passives for.
They're all season 3 or earlier.
Yeah, mainly, yeah. Because I realized that knowing the names of passives is not exactly something I'm going to be yelling at in a team fight, as it turns out. As Kerio was the last one to play this almost a year ago, and it was into Lehens. Very interesting. Of course, playing it into a ranged matchup can be difficult. It is once again going to be a similar situation. It was Lehens that managed to deal with the Amumu last time as well, and it's him with that task almost a year later.
Yeah, I think it was also during when we were really desperate for Zeri counters, and we're trying out Amumu because his E has a really good interaction with Zeri, right? Where you're able to get off a lot of E's, early Warden Mail, and you really mitigate an incredible amount of the damage that she's able to do to you. But it didn't really work because last year Zeri was... best left forgotten.
I remember we spoke about it so many times about the fact that, you know, the damage reduction like per auto or per burst fire is so good.
That worked.
It did, but like it never actually resulted in Zeri not winning.
Yeah, because as it turns out, Zeri just attacks other people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then...
and also like your support Amumu, so you never have any items, so you still get 3-tapped no matter what anyway. And so it's...
Think of the pressure in lane, Atlas.
Well, I'm trying to envisage it. We'll see whether Harmalife Esports can actually give us a demonstration. That might help me in my visualization of the whole situation.
Ooh, double scuttle being set up. The team helping out the G-Riz early on.
Oh, you love to see it. Gets a nice little stab there. Speaking of stabbing, Cuz going to do so to his popcorn chickens. Grizzly going to make his way around, though. He's got a red buff still.
Also,
Cuz doesn't have his. Yeah, exactly. Possibly able to get over here and do some damage. That is going to be the smite. And Keen doing his best here into King and throwing bucklers and stuff like that. Poppy has historically been fine, honestly, into the Renekton matchup. Just kind of live. Handshake comes on through. Life not really wanting to. He is a lonely little mummy, as it turns out, so not very used to handshaking, I would assume.
It's very sad social commentary on Amumu's lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true though.
Still one of my favorite songs to come out of Riot.
It is incredible. Is it also birthday Amumu?
Yeah, it's the cupcake.
So
I just always
getting-
call it cupcake.
getting
Is it Surprise Party Amumu? That's
I
the
don't
one?
know.
I
Might
think it's
be.
the Surprise Party.
You know, he might be getting a handshake on his birthday. That's nice. Good buffer there from Zeka.
Nicely played.
And we're going to be looking again towards the early objectives here. Rel has been extremely dominant here in the early game, or in the early phases of playoffs.
Life is crying, and it does make a little bit of sense because Cuz is making his way down. That flash, that may have sealed his fate. As there's a flash forward from Aiming, trying to make this one happen. It could just be a double here as Cuz almost gets the bandage toss after the possession. Finds the reset onto the minion, so at least going to be able to utilize it. And already KT are on the board.
And the struggles for life continue. Right there, got handshaken, what, like 2-3 times in the early laning phase. They are also aware of Cuz being on the bottom half of the map, right? Like he shows.
And he walks through all of the feathers as well, so guarantees that that damage is going to land.
Yeah, really, if he flashes the feathers, right, if they're disengaging earlier, then maybe they're able to make it happen. Their wave state was always going to be in a really awkward spot, but definitely a tough one. This is really cute, though, between Amumu's W and the damage on E. You actually have a lot of early damage here. And this is Chemtech, first Drake, which does mean that you have some relevant Drakes down the line. As I'm sorry, Atlas.
Ah, a bit of a shame. I did get a Cloud.
We had one last game.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay.
We might get a Hextech Rift, my second favorite Rift.
Oh, that is a good Rift.
For all of the shenanigans with the portals. That would be a lot of fun.
It really does, to me, is like one of the best additions to the game in a really long time. Like,
I agree.
It changes so much on like how timings work, how you can contest flank options. Just so cool.
Yeah, I also think that it's like, just to quote Valdez, you know, like he doesn't like Chemtech because it seems to detract from the action.
Dissuade.
Yeah, and Hextech does the opposite. It just makes you be able to fight for everything almost all the time because you have so much more mobility, especially getting out of base after a reset. So I do really like that. Now that we've spoken so much about it, it will definitely not be that. And we're
it's going to be Ocean
Soul.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. 100%. As Aiming does take some damage here, would expect Viper to go towards the AP build because you have another AD carry. And the AP build is the one thing that I think really changes how you look at the mid to late game for Humble Life, because then all of a sudden you are the one winning the stalemate, right? You're the one winning the poke war, you're the one winning neutral if you can just land a W or two on BDD, on Aiming. And we'll see if Viper can get to that point. Because if you're not accelerated, I think that's the main thing we've seen with Kai'Sa, particularly with the Shiv builds. I think her 1 and 2 spike do feel a lot weaker. And when you try to play out fights, unless you're really good at isolating targets, the Kai'Sa just doesn't have the same level of impact. And that can really influence some of the mid-game fights, which, as of this playoffs, have just been kind of game deciding, right? There's been, what, like 2 or 3 games where we had a very competitive game, and then it was one fight, and then that was kind of the end of it.
We've had quite a few. I think that Humble Life Esports versus Gen G had quite a few games that looked close, but like you say, it does feel like the game can kind of just explode in one moment. And Gen G did have ownership of all of those moments in that series. About 1,000 gold, the lead early after just first blood going down, and Cuz being able to grab that assist, trying to use that to get some control of the enemy jungle. Zeka's moving on over though, so it looks like Cuz is going to have to vacate. And Rel has been, so far here in the LCK, almost always able to get to pretty decent early leads. There have been a few examples of her falling behind, but not that many. And Grizzly is another example of that happening. Quite a few camps, about 3 ahead of Cuz at this point in time. Of course, the double scuttle helping out a lot.
And also the Herald going over, they did have to give up about a wave and a half for Viper. Him and Life getting zone of the turret, I think that's also why they were already slowly moving back. Then when Cuz got spotted by Zeka, felt comfortable to actually walk all the way up. But it does mean that Aiming is going to sit on a much earlier spike here, already hitting his Kraken Slayer. I think Viper is going to have to at least shove out one more wave, as he might have an attempt at a gank here onto Zeka, but with him being flanked by Grizzly, he might feel some safety. I don't know if that's warranted though.
Yeah. Probably not going to go 2v3, especially with Keen moving down the river. Kingen was on a reset, no teleport available. And it's looking a little bit dangerous, but still, I think the heist has already happened, right? Grizzly has already made his way into the enemy jungle, stolen away the Raptor camp, and so not a whole lot left for Hanwha Life Esports to fight for. So actually really nicely played, especially Zeka playing towards his top side, understanding where his safety lies.
It also makes us kind of wonder, because in game one, I do think that, as the casters pointed out, right, Kingen got us Renekton.
We're the
sorry, the Spacers.
Okay.
Yeah, we are the casters.
Yeah, that's us.
I pointed out that the Renekton was just left through the draft. As that is a backhand, so I'm like, I think maybe you want to set up for like a bad reset for Zeka so that they can't contest the dragon, but
I guess.
That would be my main read, right?
No,
It's coming up in about 40 seconds. Zeka definitely is sitting on a lot of gold, but you also don't have that ultimate for the upcoming fight.
No, you just don't get any value out of hostile takeover, like, and the cooldown number if you're not.
Oh, if you're not using it.
So
Okay.
he just needs to make sure that he's getting as much value out of that as possible. I've spoken about this in reference to Hex Splash many times, and so that's the aim there.
It'll get him prior on Dragon, that's for sure, and we'll see if it gives them enough time.
Yeah, it's a plate as well.
Plate as well, because it does mean that the hostile takeover will not be available. Life does still have Curse of the Sad Mummy, and this wombo combo for Hanwha Life is spooky if they can layer enough damage on top of it. Are going to rely on Zeka.
Yeah. Oh, does manage to make his way in. Emperor's Divide is going to push the Amumu away as there's the flash forward. Aiming is going to pick up the kill. Cuz possesses once again, and he finds Viper here. He's just not finishing. Finds yet another one as the Heartbreaker. He gets over the wall, but there's the flash. Aiming's over as well. The aggression doesn't stop, but Viper does have a blast cone, and he is going to be able to make it to safety. It shouldn't actually allow them to have any control over this dragon, though. KT just kind of relentless this game.
And that's the type of disjointedness I was talking about. Life going in by himself, that's not enough. You need to layer some damage on top of this. It's Grizzly looking for a steal. I don't think he is really going to be given the opportunity, although it is just Lahens. Can actually walk up here, does have his E.
Yeah.
Does he want to risk it? Doesn't look like he does.
Yeah, the handshake just a little bit too much of an issue, because as soon as he tries to walk a little bit too far, then he gets pushed back. And it is going to be a Mountain Soul, so no Hex Tech. It's going to be denied, but it's not going to be an Ocean. It's going to be one that could be a little bit more valuable, and I'm looking at Keen here. Could potentially be Immortal if 3 of those are going to get stacked up. Hanwha Life Esports, though, Kingen massively benefiting, and the Amumu and Rel would love to get a Mountain Soul. Means that they can sort of relentlessly fish for these engages. And
yeah.
Gets pretty scary.
Renekton as well. Now, this is a kind of a triple threat composition here from KT, because Cuz exists.
Yes.
So that does mean that there is a sizable... Crown does go down, but because of the shuffle from BDD, there is no opportunity for Grizzly to follow up, unless he like flash crash downs, but you still, I don't think, have the damage to 100-0 BDD in that frame of time, and then we do see Viper is able to barely make it out as in they go.
Yeah, there's the hostile takeover. The exhaust comes down onto King, and Aiming just throwing these feathers around. Will the Blade Caller come through? Featherstorm, and that's going to get the flash, but not going to be able to secure the kill. Kingen has teleport, so it may not necessarily be the end of the world, but that is a lot of aggression. That should be at least a plate or two going over to KT here towards the bottom side of the map. And no real counterplay here, although Kingen is teleporting back down to that lane once again. Now that a few buttons are down, he might be able to get them away from the turret.
And this is again an example of, do not forget, Hanwha Life got a Herald, and still it feels like when it comes to plate economy, they've barely been able to generate a lead for themselves. Looking at the bot lane, only 2 plates remaining. Aiming has built up an incredible lead, and I don't think any of that comes down to Viper. It's more so where the resources were allocated, how much pressure KT put on this early bot side, and Life just not really performing as King and going in.
Yeah, let's see whether he can actually get this one, as he's decided that he's ran out of buttons, and so Aiming not even having to cleanse in this situation. Kingen just going to back away. So they deal with it. Turret stays standing for now, but with no plates, that should be just a few autos from whoever gets a moment down there to be able to take that one down. Same can be said here in the mid lane. KT's mid-outer turret was where HLE landed. So that means that if this next Herald does go over to Hanwha Life Esports, they can open up the map for themselves quite a lot with that tool. Sorry for calling Shirley a tool. She's not a tool, but she is...
she is a void creature,
She
Atlas.
is going to be able to give them a lot of map pressure.
An ally.
She decides to use her powers for Harma Life Esports in the mid lane.
When she is called upon,
indeed,
Shirley will answer.
Yeah, if she does indeed acquiesce, which she generally does whenever I've seen her put down. So,
unless she gets distracted. You know, she does really like minion waves. This is going to be given up a turret, though. At the very least, the bot side turret is going to get taken down here now. Gold favors KT. When it comes to map control, obviously, you'd rather have the mid lane turret. But someone needs to answer this.
Yeah, Cuz is down here as well. He actually does a fair bit of damage in his own right. Does have his Divine Sunder now completed. Zeko's in the top lane trying to trade that back. But if they lose an inner turret, that is going to mean that the gold trade is certainly not in favor of Harma Life Esports. Kingen coming on over, but 1 versus 2. I don't know what he's going to be able to do here. Does clear out the minions, probably. There it goes. Another wave does come in, and KT are going to back away.
So in the short term, this is gold favorable for Harma Life because they got the 2 turrets versus the 1. But yeah, this is the same as with the bot side turret, right? Like 1 light breeze and that turret is 100% gone. And we've seen that KT have been so much better than Hanwha at reliably putting pressure on turrets and shoving waves into the enemy turret the moment that they don't pay attention. Moment that they're trying to make a rotation, make a play somewhere else, allocate resources elsewhere, which is why we see a pretty sizable CS leads outside of the jungle, courtesy of the invades that Grizzly was able to get off.
Yeah, it's working out quite nicely. And mainly, I mean, the CS advantages are towards the bottom lane and mid, but Zek has been doing fine in side lanes. Kingen is still ahead of the Poppy, but it doesn't feel like he's ahead enough to really skew this one. We know that the Poppy can scale beautifully as the game continues, has a Sunfire Cape for maximum damage potential. See what Mythic he does decide to go towards. And Kingen, it's going to get to a point where the Renekton doesn't do any damage to Poppy, and Poppy probably won't do very much damage to Renekton. And then they're just going to have to trade waves over and over again, which is going to nullify any side lane threat that perhaps Harma Life Esports would be looking for. A flank angle here being considered by Kingen as he moves towards this mid lane. Teleport in from BDD.
5v5 again.
Yeah, first Mountain Drake is on the cards. And KT wanting to make sure that they get that one in their possession. Keen moving over as well. The Poppycopter going to be important here as Cuz is going to find this ward. Clears that one out. Plenty of vision available as they're looking for Keen on this flank angle. Try and find an opportunity, and Harma Life Esports do have a beautiful avenue to get into this river via the bottom lane. And Keen gonna have to be a little bit careful making his way over. As KT have alerted the Drake to their presence. BDD gonna get towards that mid lane, and it looks like Harma Life Esports are gonna have control of the pit for the moment.
Oh, Viper's catching the mid-wave. Does not have level 2 ultimate here, so it doesn't actually... hits it off the wave. That's big. Means he can join a lot easier than would otherwise be the case. Keen clears out the vision. And we see neither team really wants to be the one that pulls the trigger.
Yeah,
for
actually,
KT, that makes sense, but for Hanwha, I think they need to show a little bit of proactivity here.
Well, Keen taking a bit of damage from Zeku, who's just taking pot shots underneath this turret. Does need to be a little bit careful of his health bar as BDD and aiming, just getting set up on this outer turret. Grizzly and Viper here to get some control as KT. They pull out the Drake once again.
So many waves on top are just being thrown away here. Whichever team is going to be able to pick up the Mountain Drake and be feeling real good about this one.
And we've got double resets coming through here. Teleport available for Zeka. Life is going to take a little while if he does actually indeed go back. He is going to do so. So that should just be that KT can pick up this dragon. Yeah.
Like there's no life.
But there is. But there's no Drake for Harma Life Esports. That is absolutely true. And Keen didn't even need to move from this bottom lane. Could continue farming things out. And he's actually got a CS lead with the happy feeding that the Crocodile was doing in this instance. He could have been towards that top side. Does now have his teleport available. But that was a lot of milling about. And KT just taking all the reward.
This does not ease up my fears of Hanwha Life not you know, we're being more proactive in this
you were
one.
talking about mid-game macro as well.
Yeah, I really was hoping for a little more. If you have King and parked in the side lane there and he's like catching waves and you give it this dragon, but you get like some damage down, you're able to have a sizable CS lead for your Renekton. It will be okay. I'm 99% sure that that Huni was just like, go to side!
Yeah.
Go to side, push! But they didn't. And
don't take his material. He's about to be on the space. He's probably got a whole segment prepared.
Well, don't you worry. I think that Huni will be fine talking about this nonetheless in much greater detail.
I just want to say,
and with a lot more emotion tied to it as well.
Yeah. Just wanted to try and save it so that the surprise factor's there, because I'm sure everyone's going to be very surprised when Huni is going to be molding about the position of top laners throughout the game.
He would never.
No, it would have been a huge surprise for the fans.
So Viper has 2 items. Maybe once he gets free, we'll see Homalife play the game. Homalife have gotten 1 kill in this series.
Yeah, and that wasn't this game. KT have only got 2 this game, though, and the gold is only 500 between these two. We're talking about this like KT has big leads, but Outer Turret was taken here by Homalife Esports. They should theoretically be able to use that to get themselves a decent bit of control.
Lahan's backed on a ward.
Yeah, and they're going to get a ward into this pit. Cuz can make his way in as he's slinking around in the mist. And this Baron is going down very, very quickly. In goes Key, though, finds a big wallbang onto King, and second going to take down Cuz, though, as in goes BDD, finds 3 with the Emperor's Divide! Gets a lot of damage onto life, and aiming is just going to whip up Zeka. The explosive charge still on him, he does not care. And Homalife Esports, they went for the Hail Mary, but unfortunately it did not work, because there is a Yordle with a hammer. And Kingen just going to get sliced up. BDD, oh man, he is just the Emperor today, is he not?
And Hanwha Life try to go for something. Maybe this is why we don't see them do things, because it backfires horrendously. BDD coming up huge in that one. And Baron gonna get taken in this game, all of a sudden feeling very over. I want to highlight Keen able to take down Viper, but of all the members, this is the one where like maybe they can still find a way. But what I'm wondering is, how did Zeka die here? It really is just BDD. He has Flash as well, right? And with Zeka dead, yes, Viper is there. Really nice reposition there on the ult, but the fight's done.
Yeah.
Like, the fight's lost. You've already lost your Tristana. You've lost your front line.
And there's no way for Viper to continue fighting.
No, there's no way.
He needs to be getting damage down in the rest of this fight. Is just another, like, it's like you expect this. Even gets like a Rift Scuttler alongside it. Like, BDD just always seems to find these angles.
He's so good.
He's very good.
So good.
He is just a really good player, as it turns out.
So good. And Hanwha, unfortunately, still not looking too hot in this one. The Amuma experiment seemingly not working out. We'll see what they can get on the cross map here, but now the gold lead getting bigger and bigger for KT. They did equal their kill. Wait, they got 2 kills last game, right? Was it 1?
I think it was. It might have been 1.
It might have been 1. Well, they've equaled their kill score of last game.
KT hasn't. They are really lagging behind. They're like half the kills.
Hey, they only need like 10 more.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll be fine, I think, in this one.
Unless they just win the game here. It's probably not going to happen because the rest of Homalife Esports are up and alive, but it's Keen pushing in this mid lane, keeping Viper busy. This inhibitor is just going to go. No way for Homalife Esports to
Grizzly.
defend it, as Grizzly walking over a ward here, unbeknownst to him, I believe, as Keen is trying to move through the jungle, clearing out vision where he can. Hex Splash from Grizzly gets him over the wall. And it looks like a reset has been successfully achieved by KT, as look at that, the gold just taking a bit of a trip off a cliff.
Homalife, I know that Brion beat Gen G 2-0, but they did stuff. They won that series because they did stuff. You're not Brion, you can't sit there and do nothing. And wait, and obviously like they pulled the trigger on that Baron, but I'm still missing a lot of the decisiveness of this team that we see against weaker teams all the time.
Yeah.
And it's just not there. This Dragon, bounty gold is now up. KT 6k gold up. They're going to go to a soul point here as well.
And
I think
every
this one is
of
just
these,
done.
every one of these Mountain Drakes as well feels worse and worse and worse because Life Esports have like a brief window where they really want to do a lot of damage, and the more resistances the theoretically squishy members of KT has, the more difficult it is to be able to make that work, because Magnet Storm, Curse of the Sad Mummy, get them into that position and have Zeka and Life and Viper, sorry, wail on them. Like, that's what you should be aiming for, but I mean, I just think that time may have passed.
You're also looking at KT now with full control of the map, and your poke guys, I won't do anything.
No.
If you get there, which at this point doesn't seem very likely. KT doing their homework though, as Hail Mary engage.
Looking for it, aiming could be in trouble, that's a flash, but the Featherstorm is going to be there. He does land on top of Grizzly, which is a bit dangerous, but I mean, I think the wallets are looking a bit heavy here. The Rel's gonna go down, Cuz will take down the Amumu once again. He just loves transforming into Amumu, I'm pretty sure. As Zeka getting a decent amount of damage, but it's on to Keen. Oh my, that was a fully stacked explosive charge. Yeah, I think he healed Keen. With that one.
It's going BT. There's no Kraken Slayer in sight. Oh sorry, yeah. Kraken Slayer. I mean, Lord Doms.
Yeah.
Clean 2-0, nothing to see or incoming.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit like that here for KT, wondering where this team was when facing off against T1, or maybe the T1 power level is just a lot higher than we thought. Leave that one up to you guys to decide. But Life Esports, once again, just going to be completely routed. And I feel like, as well, it's KT understanding win conditions, playing to them more effectively in these games, and just their mid-game macro exceeds Life Esports by just a gigantic margin.
It's the mid-game macro and also the vision control. Everybody talks about it that much, but
I include those together.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, but every time that KT push up, they have full vision. Every time Grizzly tries to look for a big flank, he walks over a ward. Can be a control ward, can be a normal ward, but it really chokes out any possibility for Hanwha Life to actually get onto the backline. And we saw there as well. Aiming gets a cleanse, still has flash, right?
Yeah.
As his defensive
he cleanses and Featherstorm.
Lahen's actually going for the Radiant Virtue, which again, we've seen so many supports, regardless of which pick they're playing, go for Radiant Virtue Rush. It's so hard to kill the backline when Radiant Virtue comes through, combined with a Renata ult.
Yeah. How do you dive?
So much safety. Yes, exactly. Yeah, he gets BT, but there's double mountain. We're 28 minutes into the, or almost 28 minutes into the game. You need a way to cut through these resistances.
I can hear a certain Last Shadow screaming at his television. He might be co-streaming at the moment. I think he might be.
Somewhere in the distance. All or nothing.
Let's
might
see
be too late, though.
The mega flank might come through as Viper once again is going to be evicted, but he can come back with a killer instinct. Still, the tower is going to fall down. Grizzly just passes by, and he's like, well, I guess this is not going to work. Crashes down over the wall as BDD looking for an angle to swoop in. Grizzly does have to flash in the end. Keen has sacrificed a fair portion of his health bar, but I think he's well and truly happy to do so, as a minion wave is going to block the Void Seeker. The Baron up and available here. KT wanted to go over and grab that one. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the Mountain Soul as well for KT. They're just going to go around, collect all of the things that are up and available on the map, and then continue their siege on the enemy base. And we're going to need to see a big pivot from Hanwha Life as we move into possibly the final game of this series, if indeed this one does go the way that is expected. And it's just looking like there's not a whole lot of options for Hanwha Life Esports in this game.
No, I got nothing. This one is this one feels worse than the last one, I'd say, as well, because the last one, I think that, you know, you're playing into the Xerath, which hasn't really been popular, so some of the mistakes feel a little bit more forgivable. You know, Life not being ready for the damage, Grizzly on a pick that he's not super comfortable on in a game one. I can see reasons why you would be having a very low level of playmaking, but in this one, Life having, I'd say, arguably an even worse game, right? Getting taken down early. A lot of the engages that rely on him going in don't work out, and I don't think it's him just specifically.
If the first flank doesn't work, bring one of your buddies. Mega try it again.
Get him, Grizzly.
There is this control ward that could really ruin their day.
Yeah, he's going to get spotted.
Yeah.
But maybe he goes behind them all the way again.
Yeah, well, there's the mini ARAM that's being set up here by BDD. Keen just playing bouncer. Doing what he can, and this inhibitor is just going to fall down. Grizzle. Oh, the G-Riz could potentially steal away the soul.
Well, they know though. They pinged him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that could have been his thinking, maybe. KT is just going to take the stuff from the enemy base. They take both of the inhibitors. There are now 3 missing on Hanwha's side, and it's just looking all but impossible. They don't need a Mountain Soul if they just take down these Nexus turrets. Kingen is looking for an angle, looking for a way to get in, as there is the Keeper's verdict. Life dives forward. Keen is just a monster tank in this fight. There's a hostile takeover. It's just so difficult for them to find any of these engages. And that is an Emperor's Divide used on just G-Riz. And that is the state of this game. Viper is going to explode to a Tristana bomb that Cuz picked up. Cuz really enjoying his time as the mid laner of Homolife Esports here, and the second Nexus of the series will fall down. KT dominating.
Yeah, this one, like game number 1, not even remotely close. I mean, for the first, 20 minutes, it felt...
Look at that KT fan just yawning. He just knew. Wasn't even stressed. Not even a little bit.
Well, that just means they've been a KT fan for a really long time, I think.
No, not long enough. Because I see KT going dominantly up 2-0 in a best-of-5 series. I am sweating bullets, my friend. Bullets. Because this is the time. This is the time for Kingen and Zeka to reawaken the unbreakable spirit.
No, I don't
for Viper to remember that he went 5 games every time.
No, they have to.
Yeah.
This can't be, it can't just be a clean 3-0.
It can't just be over like this.
A quick 3-0, nothing to see here.
This is the only way we can try and keep things interesting here on the Caster Desk Chronicler. We're going to have to lean on it. Just as a peek behind the curtain, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last bullet we have left in the chamber.
Yeah, when the casters are like, no, the reverse sweep, I swear it can happen this time.
I mean, technically it's possible. If KT's Nexus explodes 3 times in a row.
Let me take you. This is so overdone. I can't even do it in earnest. Kingen and Zeka, they reverse swept. G lost. No, I can't do it. Can't do it. KT just boomed them 2 games in a row.
No, it's just absurd. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down the shellacking and we'll head to game number 3. We'll see you there.
다 이 빠졌고. 나 밀어낼게 이제. 이거 타볼래? 뭐 한번 더 줄게 이거. 나 일단 한번 건다. 야, 뜻 없어. 야, 쌈 괜찮고. 나 솔직해. 쌈 괜찮아. 레넥. 내가 카이사 공 막아. 시영 나 한번 봐줘. 맞고.
우리의 전성기 지금입니다. KT 넘버원. 마지막에 이기는 게 최후의 승자죠. 빅게임의 악마 모드 온.
And welcome back to the space, everyone, as KT takes the lead and sends us to the first match point of the series. And guys, I don't want to say that it looks doomed for Hanwha Life, but I feel like the series against Gen G felt a bit closer at least.
Yeah, I mean, there was like game 2 against Gen G where Hanwha Life Esports pretty much did everything apart from kill the Nexus in terms of winning it. So that one was a 3-0, but felt closer. This was just 2 stomps, if we're going to be real. I don't know how else to spin it.
Well, I mean, I guess I gotta explain the game. Like, I think HLE should like draft not around all the game, like a game. Like, and also like I think the lane focus, if you see, it's not like on a live esports, they're not getting good matchups as well. And it's like you kind of do have, like even Tristana into Azir, you kind of do have to get lethally, and Rank 2 into Poppy as well. You kind of get outscaled, but it's just even Caster was saying like these leads are not enough to win the skirmish or team fight extra. Like it has to be bigger lead, and even bottom, like Amu pick into Renata, and then you get dual kill, like almost. It's no good.
Thing is, I don't think being behind a bit early is that bad, but not with this comp. You know, if they picked a comp where they have like scaling carries and they have loads of great team fighting power and they fall behind and lose, it's like, well, you know, they tried their best. But here, I just feel like this isn't why Hanwha Life Esports were strong, and they clearly cannot match up to KT in the early game. So invest in the team fights, but also, as you said, like the lane matchup's so rough. Like bot lane, like the whole composition is you're trying to dive the enemy. And it just seems so impossible to achieve that against what KT have picked up.
Draft seems a bit desperate, actually, and the approach to the game as well. It feels like the team is panicking a bit in the way they approach the fight. I appreciate the fact that we had a lot of support bans, leading to us seeing Amumu and Renata. How do you reflect on how it impacted both bot lanes?
I mean, I think I can kind of understand the theory behind the Amumu, but you need to have momentum on this pick. You need to be forcing summoners consistently, so cleanse is down, so flash is down, so you can make an impact with ultimates. But it just ended up falling super far behind. And when Amumu first came into the meta as a support, I remember it was at Worlds and everyone thought the pick was super great. Everyone was picking it because it was working in scrims, and then it flopped on stage super hard and everyone dropped it because it's very volatile. You have to really be playing well to make it work.
Yeah, when Amumu wins the game, like they were consistently using mid lane, the prio, jungle movement, and pressing Q consistently in lane phase, and like before like even Renata like get level 6. Like that's what the HLE should have done it, like needed. Like otherwise the Renata slowly win. Like as you see like from highlight 1, you're just waiting, get behind in the lane phase and just get apparently KT get the opportunity to get to kill the Amumu like multiple times, and after that they just lose whole control.
It's getting difficult to find positives about Hanwha Life here, so let's put ourselves on the winner's side and praise KT actually way more decisive this time around than they were against T1, I feel. We're gonna roll the second highlight here, and Ox, if you can talk me through how they approach the fights and secure the lead.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful jump in there to knock away the Kai'Sa from Keen, and then this shuffle. I mean, BDD has just looked on top form, and even when they played against T1, I think he was still performing well, but he has just been destroying Hanwha Life Esports in this one, especially with Zeka being probably the best performer, I would say, from Hanwha Life Esports in the regular season. He's just not able to match up to BDD.
Yeah, I mean, he's Azir, I think, just so good, and it's like if you play against that, like you have to flash against the Azir flash R, of course, but it was not easy. I mean, he find the angle that it's like actually just kind of uncountable, and its game state was already really good for KT, so it wasn't really make sense for HLE just go to the Baron and try to do something, otherwise they just lose.
I mean, you have to, right? And I think we criticized them against during the Gen G series because they were not trying enough. They were not playing to their composition strength. So at least forcing fights, maybe they should keep on doing this, maybe, but with different drafts or different approach. What do you think?
They need more of an insurance policy when it comes to team fights. I will say that like it looks bad when they just start Baron and get bopped immediately, but I'd rather they do that than just keep losing the game slowly. So at least they're still trying to make the plays, but I mean, game 3, you're already 2-0 down. They really need to ensure that like Like when they get to the 5v5s, it's not like, oh, we lost lane, game's over. Like they need something that will be able to carry no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like what we said in the pre-show, like the weaknesses of the KT, the inconsistency. But I think it was up to KT that if they can actually make a consistent, as long as they're doing their finding their form and get the pick again. Like I think it's actually just as what everyone predicts, like KT is no matter what kind of favorite. This is the reason why their laners are strong. They have a solid team fight, and around the controlling object, like they have a clear plan. So they are a strong team. So it kind of makes sense that why HLE is like struggling with.
Yeah, they have the good approach here. I feel like, especially against Hanwha Life, who should be the player of the game here? The man in the mid lane once again. Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't honestly be surprised if you got all three. If they end
100%.
up winning out this series, he has just been on insane form, and obviously previous game brought the Xerath and just annihilated people, but here it just felt like he was untouchable, head in lane, and then this shuffle. For a composition that wants to peel back, you don't have that many engaged tools, but it doesn't matter, you have BDD Azir.
Yeah, I mean, even this play, like, Cos kind of ran it down basically, but he actually just make one just completely for revive because he's that good. You know, like, I think they should do something with this BDD form, like making sure he's not getting Azir. Like, I think I just suggestion just ban Azir, like, no matter what.
Some other votes on, jungle, bot lane as well. Yeah, I guess it makes sense for aiming as well to see some votes on his side. Banning BDD, I mean, depriving him for some champions, I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. He's been shining on a lot of picks, and it feels like the meta suits him.
I think it's like kind of feels auto-lose for Hanwha Life if you let BDD get Azir, but it doesn't mean that banning Azir will let them win. But I think they still have to do it.
I mean, Zeka, the first game of the showing with this kind of weak performance is not Azir, so I think I'd really suggestion ban it, and it's like, I think we'll see, but I think probably either he should just pull out like Yone, like do something crazy stuff on mid lane, because like as we said, his responsibility is like a lot, and the pressure is on him. It's a really tough situation for him, but still, he got to do it.
At least was joking about the fact that KT being 2-0 up is the perfect moment for them to get reverse swept. Do we see an angle here? I don't know. We'll see that about in Game 3. Is it going to be a 3-0 on the side of KT, or can Hanwha Life finally grab the victory they're looking for? Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Spaces, for the breakdown of game number 2. Not a whole lot to go over there. BDD picking up a pretty comfortable POG once again. Although a few people were confused as to who to vote for, I think that when BDD is on form like this, you can never really go wrong. Now is the time. If Viper wants to go to Daejeon, if he wants to go and fight for the LCK title in his own hometown, they're going to need to try and find some magic. They're going to need Michael's secret stuff. They're going to need KT to really play to the meme. There's going to have to be a lot of things that go right for Hanwha Life Esports here. I think some adjustments in the draft, like was mentioned on the Desk Chronicler, could be the way to go as well.
Or just send it. Go full. I don't care what the counter picks are. I don't care how many times you die pre-10. Just do things. Make it happen. Because right now, with how it's looking, I do agree with the Desk that the safest choice is you go for more scaling drafts, which play towards your strength. Viper in the mid to late game. Zeka and how he's been able to play a lot of the team fights. But with how big the laning gaps have been, I don't know if you ever get there. So throw the current playbook out the window and just hit them with something they don't expect. If it fails, you got 3-0'd. It happens. You get another opportunity. You might even, depending on the matchup next Saturday, end up facing KT again. Or you're facing T1 or Gen G, right? Depending on who wins. You don't really... oh no, Gen G is already locked in just because of the points. So it actually will be between those two. And if you're playing like this, I don't even know if you win against the lower bracket, because this is pretty dire. Just want to see some fire. I want to see some passion. I want to see something crazy. And we'll see if this game can provide it, or if KT is just going to continue as they have, showcasing in particularly the brilliance of this man right here.
Yeah, BDD has just been so incredibly good. It's been just a tale of BDD. When it comes to best of fives, I think that there have been moments where BDD has suffered, but ultimately, I think he's been more clutch than not. And he's been a joy to watch so far. Rel going to be banned away here. The first pick Azir going to come through. That is how Life Esports are going to take that one away from BDD. KT now with a plethora of different options that they could potentially go towards. I think Xayah is worth a look here on the KT side. Denying it from Viper, definitely a good thing. Something that has been paired with Azir many, many times. That 1-2 punch of disengageability has been pretty strong. But the Zeri is up and available as well, something that Aiming hasn't lost on so far these playoffs. Even in their series against T1, it was something that T1 had to ban away multiple times in order to get the better of them. So KT going to prioritize that. And now Cuz, what are we heading towards here? Still quite a few junglers left up and available. Could just take away something like a Vi if you'd like to. Can play that 1-2 punch of Vi Ari or something like that in the mid lane if they'd like to. But instead it's Kha'Zix. Okay.
That is a very early Kha'Zix here. Really wonder what direction I want to take this draft in. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being a another Xerath, right, here on R3, because I do think if you don't pick it up, then it's 100% going to get banned out. There is no way Honma Life will let you get away with that one. But then you might end up with like any Kha'Zix, which isn't the end of the world. Does look like Viper still wants to keep going for the Kai'Sa here. Do know the pick is incredibly strong. And jungle matchup seems to be most likely here.
Yeah, ooh, I like this.
Ooh, that is a lot of power here for Life. And Life, I think Grizzly, obviously not having the best series, but Life's performance to me has been a lot more jarring. Does mean that Lehens gets to play his Alistar.
This is the first time that Lehens has been able to get this champion so far in the playoffs. In regular season, he was just a maestro on this pick. And so now, it's not a lot of power in the lane, but we know that Lehens' power doesn't lie in the lane. It never has. And it's going to be about what sort of ruckus he's going to be able to cause around the rest of this map. Kind of expecting that KT would like to go towards that Annie angle like you were talking about. Annie Kha'Zix has been sort of the best Kha'Zix sort of lane that you can see. Xerath going to be respected here and taken away from BDD. And it could just be Xerath Annie that are the bans coming through here. Could return to a bunch of other picks, though. Of course, BDD having a lot of champions that he can look towards. And Grizzly's champion pool, the one being targeted here by KT.
As we are ending up with, what, 7 jungle bans here? You can even argue that the Nico brings it to 8. See what Grizzly ends up picking up here.
It's a bit rude to Xerath. I'm sure Xerath could get through the jungle.
I assure you he cannot.
Huh. Well.
I of all the champions like that are...
but he gets armor on his passive. Oh, wait.
That's... some throwbacks here from... no, don't fall for it.
BDD.
It's just going to be Annie.
We remember.
There we go.
I mean, BDD was a Z1 trick.
He was.
You know, for quite some time. But no, Annie is going to come through as we expected. Annie Kha'Zix has been very popular.
Is it like Skarner?
Ooh. Could be kind of fun.
I wouldn't hate Skarner. I do think that looking at what KT have, opportunity to isolate a target, be it a Kha'Zix. I don't think you should ever get onto Zeri, but Kha'Zix, Annie, both can be somewhat susceptible. Jira is kind of getting tested here. We'll see what he picks up. That is a very different direction. At least it would mean that there might be some action going on. I also don't mind the matchup into Kha'Zix, specifically having a way to keep tracks and keep tabs on him. Obviously, post 6 with an evolved Q, you're going to have to respect the 1v1, but 2v2s should still feel good, and this is a lot of faith that Honma Life is putting into their new jungler.
Yeah.
As we rounded out with a Cassante. KT's draft, extremely well-rounded. Great engage. A little bit short on the range department, but I don't think that's that big a problem when you have Alistar and Annie to make sure that you can still look for those snap engages. And for Honma Life, it's a lot of explosiveness again. But will they use it?
This is the thing. Sometimes, you know, the thing that you're supposed to... What's the fuse? Sometimes the fuse is a bit soggy. It's hard to get that one alive.
A soggy fuse?
Yeah.
Honma, no!
But maybe Maybe they've hit it with the hairdryer. Maybe the fuse is now lightable once again as we move to Game 3. Everything on the line here. Every other game this series, it's looked like Hanwha have barely even showed up. If they're going to, they gotta start now. Otherwise, they ain't going to Daejeon. It's gonna be KT.
Look at this guy. He gets it.
Yeah,
Loss, win.
Look at his expression as well.
Win.
He's like, I am not even scared. There is no fear in those eyes. I do not see any fear in those eyes. There probably should be because KT are looking absolutely dominant this series. But that guy is not phased. Maybe he knows something that we don't about how this series is going to go. Maybe he's here from the future. Perhaps a challenger enjoyer where we cast every series from 2025. Hanwha Life Esports do have themselves Kingen's Aatrox. They have Zeka on the Azir to deny BDD, and Grizzly is on Lee Sin. A champion that he has a lot of mastery over. Of course, their other jungler and challenger, Guon, is a fantastic Lee Sin as well. But Grizzly has had some great games on the pick. KT, they are all go in, and they are going to be flashing for it in this series. We'll see how it goes. We hop into the Rift, but maybe the last game. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for the beginning of the Hanwha Life Esports reverse sweep or the end of the series. One of the two is going to happen. Either it could be the KT just clean 3-0, nothing to see here, or Hanwha Life Esports can start and throwing some wrenches into the works and giving us a series.
I can see some of you go like, oh, Atlas wanting for the other team to win, wanting, you know, and being biased for Hanwha Life. No, we just want more games.
I'm biased for League of Legends.
We're biased for more games. That's actually true, though.
Yeah,
like
100%.
That is 100% always. If we can root for a team and it will get us to more games, we will.
I'm an Australian. You know, we're hardwired to root for the underdog. That's what we do. That's just the people that I come from.
I will take your word for it. Sure.
I'm also, for any Aussies in chat, I'm a Richmond supporter. You know, and that...
I have no idea what the...
I mean, that paid off in, what, like 2017?
No idea what the context is at all.
They hadn't won an AFL championship since, like, 1964.
A what?
An AFL championship. That's Aussie Rules Football.
Ah, okay.
Which the acronym does not stand for, but there we go. Just a little bit of Australian trivia there for you as
I like it.
We jump back towards the actual video game at hand. Hanwha Life Esports going to have to be a little bit careful of a level 2 angle. They don't need to be careful of a level 1 angle because Lehens, he's just headbutting. That's all he can really do. He can now pulverize as well if you would like to. Triumphantly roaring is just out of the question until level 3.
Yeah, it can roar, but it won't be triumphantly.
No, it's not going to be
like
not triumphant.
Like normal cow sounds, which isn't really that imposing. We'll see which build Kingen goes as well. We have seen 2 schools of thought. Actually, 3. We've seen full Bruiser, which is a classic build where you go for Gore Drinker and Cleaver, which gives you a lot of innate tankiness, and I think really makes you kind of an off-tank semi-frontliner. My expectation is that that's what we're going to see from Kingen in this game. Then you have Duskblade into Bruiser, where you go Duskblade into Cleaver or Sterex or any combination of those. And then we have Full Sended, which is what Zeus did, where you just go Duskblade Edge of Night.
Yeah.
Now, if you are confident, I think you always go for the Duskblade version, because I think that the passive on Duskblade, combined with the resets on Aatrox's ultimate, makes you so obnoxious. But it is worse in the 1v1, because you're playing into an armor-stacking tank. And also, if you don't hit your Qs, or if you don't get an early reset, you are paper.
It's going to be pretty rough. But Kingen right now is actually able to get the Infernal Chains, finds Q3 as well, and this is what we've spoken about many times. If you just find yourself comboed once, the lane gets really, really hard. That's sort of how it goes.
Not fun.
Cuz up here taking some crustaceans from the top side of the map. He has sole vision of this area as he moves in. Kingen does move forward again. Could be a little bit dangerous. Cuz level 4. And Kane just trying to keep him interested.
Oh, this wave state is kind of rough here for Kingen.
Oh, there's another Infernal Chains, finds the Q3, and Kingen was baited in! Keen gets out of the way, and that is first blood. Kingen, you could see a little bit of a scratch of the head there. KT get themselves yet another first blood.
And I think for Kingen there, kind of a rough scenario. You should be aware that Cuz is on the top half of the map because you just took bot side scuttle. Didn't spot any bug there. That's Grizzly.
Oh, okay. Finds Kane, who was just backing. This could get them a flash, and it does. So that's a little bit of benefit. And Kingen didn't actually flash in that last exchange. Kind of just knew that he was dead and didn't try to invest more than he needed to.
Yeah, but as I was saying, his wave state was really rough because the wave was always going to be pushing away from it. So you have two choices. Either you have to wait for Grizzly, who's on the bottom half of the map, still getting a back in, and it was going to take a really long time. King can just freeze near his turret, and then you're going to be down a lot of CS. Like, look at this wave that's already built up. So he goes in, and Keen is the perfect setup, even with a Q3 on Cuz. Isn't really going to change anything. Like that he holds the flash. Was 100% dead there, but could have maybe played that one a bit differently, communicating with his jungler better, or trying to manage the wave earlier in a way that you are not free food for a bug who didn't pick up the kill, and I actually think that's good. Normally you'd rather have it go to, you know, some of the junglers as opposed to your direct lane opponent, but Kha'Zix with kills ain't cool.
Yeah, that can be a little bit game over into the isolated 1v1 for Kingen. Not the greatest situation, but it's just Cassante, right? He's not the same kind of ludicrous champion that he was in previous patches.
I do remember.
Yeah, but he can still get to that point. We have seen these moments. You know, the Dusante thing exists for a reason. And we have seen, you know, players like Zeus find some pretty good angles on the pick. But still, it is not going to be hard carrying in any sort of certain situation. And I think that Cuz certainly is in a position where he possibly could. Looking for an early Drake here. It's only been up for a minute and is going to be able to probably take that one unhindered. As you can see, Grizzly moving towards the scuttle on the top side. Void Seeker missing means that Life Esports knows exactly what's going on despite not having any vision. Still not going to be able to stop it or anything like that. They do just know they have a flash advantage on the top side of the map, and now they have Elise in up there as well. But BDD just ahead of that potential play as Keen is going to find an all-out under the turret. Keen actually taking a lot of damage as BDD now looks interested because the Infernal Chains come in, and there's the flash. Tibbers, Kingen's just dead. He does a bit of a flip in the air, but Tibbers comes down and says nope, and Grizzly is going to find a bit of damage onto BDD, but BDD's got a bodyguard. Finds an Incinerate stun there as well, and Tibbers just going to chase down the Lee Sin. No option, and Kingen was laning pretty effectively, but once again he's going to die. Still holding onto the flash. Not a lot of options.
Yeah, on the previous one, I think not flashing was fine. This one, though, particularly because your jungler is on the way, if you flash, you extend the play, then maybe Grizzly actually has an opportunity to get something going here, but not going to be the case. Keen, just really nicely done, dashes forward, drags Kingen back, and then sets up, right? Even goes back in, and then at this point, I think you immediately have to flash, right?
Yeah.
Try and deny vision. Grizzly is right there. Zeka's roaming up. The few seconds it takes might be enough to make the difference. And instead, BDD, great roam, coming up huge. With picks like Annie in particular, it's really easy to underestimate how much impact you can have because you have a point-and-click stun.
Yeah.
It's so much power.
And you have to be there in order to make that one happen as well. So invest the flash, make sure that they can get themselves another kill, and keeping the Aatrox down, it's incredibly valuable. As there's the headbutt, Taxi, flash, Polv onto Viper. Good flash to get out of the way of the Grand Entrance as Viper has to Killer Instinct and flash to get out of the way of it. Letting us know exactly why Lehens has been denied Alistair so many times. Aiming does have to flash for this play, but now Cuz is diving towards Grizzly, who's flashing away immediately. BDD with a stun on hand, but doesn't have the most health, and Kane moving in here now as well. We got back coming through from the bottom lane as Kane is taxied forward. There's an Emperor's Divide used defensively. Works out quite well here for Zeka, as it's going to be the steal, and Grizzly's going to go down as well. A kill for Cuz is massive as Life does dash in. They do get an all-out though, and now it's Keen dashing around this fight, but still I think he's too low, and they're going to grab a couple of kills off the back end. Cuz gets the eye, they lose out on the team fight, and Cuz still could be in trouble here. Does wait for the Q2 before using the leap to get himself out, and he will be able to escape.
And it is some very necessary kills for Hanwha, because if KT get the favorable kill trade, get the Herald, then game is kind of completely going down the same path of the last couple. Viper, and this Hex Flash.
Yeah, there's the Hex Flashing Bull, and he is just going to dance underneath this turret. Nice little stun there. Viper, no cleanse, remember. But Lehens is going to take a lot of damage and isn't able to tank the turret forever. And Grizzly being in the area, Viper can stick around.
Kick. I don't know if he can get on top of Lehens, though. Doesn't look like he's going to try. And it's still, don't get me wrong, it's still a favorable trade for KT, but that could have been a game over moment, doesn't end up being one. As Grizzly has to respect, already takes a lot of damage, then Zeka also almost gets taken away by Keen, and then there, really unfortunate timing. He actually gets the eye hit as well at the Herald down at the percentage where you can take him. Then if Life doesn't have Spellbook and teleports in here, this play is just a complete bust.
Yeah.
The only reason that it's not is because we're able to get some kills, one for Zeka, one for King, and keep him relevant in this game. But that by itself, not going to be enough. We still see KT have a huge gold lead, and they still have the Herald in pocket.
Another Hex Flash here from Lehens. As the headbutt pulverizes, Zeka is going to get stunned up momentarily. Still not taking that much damage, as he does have the Merc Treads available, and is going to be able to keep himself up with the large amount of magic damage that BDD is going to be doing, mitigated by those shoes. And Lehens just having a great time, utilizing that Hex Flash absolutely beautifully so far this game. The guy just seems like he has more fun when his flash is on cooldown.
He is actually the guy that you talk about who wants to maximize it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm 100% with it.
I mean, he even hostile takeovered a wave for no reason in the last game to maximize cooldown.
That was a tempo ult, and it, you know, they got the dragon.
BDD's going to flash. He does respect the Emperor's Divide. Zeka taking a bit of damage here as BDD not able to offer too much back, and Tibbers is going to be executed there. As Life and Lehens here just duking it out, both aware of each other's position as Hex Flash over once again. There's a headbutt into the wall. Pulverize does come through also as he doesn't manage to get the boot back. It was actually almost a very cute play.
Way.
Yeah, and Keen getting the memo very, very quickly. Q1 does connect, and Keen is going to respect here as we do have a Rift Herald making his way into the mid lane. As okay, aiming. He's ulted already. Viper taking a little bit of burst fire damage as now they're looking for plates. Cuz is going to make his way in though, and Hanwha are between the turrets now. Cuz kind of minion blocked to high heaven. Not exactly what you want to see, but more plates go over to aiming, and I guess you'd trade an ultimate for that.
And Grizzly, yeah, not getting the topside playoff now, walking all the way from his topside down towards this this play. I don't know if they actually want to go for something. They want to try and contest. Zeka is going to be able to get a fresh TP, base and TP, and same for BDD. Might have an actual fight on our hands here for this objective.
Oh, that blast.
King walking over.
Aiming actually looking for the angle as Cuz is going to burst himself in. There's a quickness onto the bug. Viper trying to find the Acathian Rain, and now it's just Lehens kind of by himself. BDD moving in though.
TP.
Doesn't have Tibbers available, but the Incinerate is still there as Cuz trying to get some health back here by pressing W on this Gromp. Does get the health charge after he takes it down. And now King keeping this dragon busy. Kingin is pretty scary in this moment. Shellfish not going to be taken here as it now moves over towards Grizzly. The dragon back in the pit now as the battle lines are set up. The Sand Soldiers in there as well, and it looks like this Drake is going to be given over to Hanwha Esports. KT recognizing they can't fight this one.
And Hanwha do something. They get an objective. They get themselves set up for a Camtech Soul.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
No, I'm really happy to see Hanwha actually contest. I do think that they had a great position there. I think they can be more confident when aiming ults and doesn't get anything. And Lehens has to use his ultimate early. And Cuz has to use his ultimate early. You can play with a little bit more pizzazz. You can play with a little bit more confidence. But more importantly, they end up getting the objective. Just an individual Drake by itself doesn't mean that much, but it's one of the first trades, I think, in this series where it doesn't feel like Hanwha Live just got completely massacred, right? There's no getting free plates or a turret on the other end of the map. There's no oh, you get one, but we get two and a dragon.
Yeah.
And when when the casters are saying stuff like that, that's not a good sign for the series. But maybe this is the turning point, Atlas. Maybe this time it's different.
I mean, I already paved the way for the reverse sweep.
By referring to their rich history of KT.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I don't really believe it's going to happen. However, we hang on to these things for the prospect of the longevity of the series. As Lahen's still just looking for anywhere to cause chaos. Don't really find too much of an angle here as Viper pitching a tent in the mid lane. Going to be wiping out minion wave after minion wave. Will be traded with aiming most of the time. As here in the side lane, Kingen sort of finds himself in this awkward position where Keen is building as much armor as is humanly possible. And he has some steel caps and a serrated dirk. So he's just not really doing very much to this Cassante at this point in time.
Oh, it's a teleport advantage here, so Kingen can stay in the lane. Should be finishing a Duskblade here. We do have one item spikes across the board for Hanwha. BDD doesn't have his just yet.
Yeah. Kingen's still waiting for his as well, though, so I guess there is that.
Yeah, he was channeling his back. So might go for another wave, then back, pick it up, and then teleport into this fight.
All right. Cuz in position, Keen
no
towards
TP
the bottom
Keen.
side, and yeah, doesn't have TP, so I think this is going to give information over to Hanwha Life Esports that they can take this one for free. Grizzly getting to work on it right now. As Lahen's wanting to find an angle. He does have his real flash, which probably makes him nervous at this point in time. Probably wants to use it as soon as he possibly can. And Lahen's moving in now. Can poke this in the eye as he does get a headbutt back onto Life. He's going to come in, but he does get pulverized out. There's a kickback onto Cuz, who's unable to secure the eye. Nicely played there by Grizzly. Extendo Beam doing some work as Lahen's got flash. There he goes. Find a pulverize onto Grizzly, but doesn't get Life with it. As the safeguard does come back. Lahen's doesn't have X-Flash yet, but he does have an unbreakable will. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive as he's still looking for even more, just dancing around the rift. It's going to be Zeka that locks down the kill. And yeah, Lahen sometimes just does things like that. Keen towards this bottom side is going to be able to get out of the way of the Infernal Chains, utilizing his W and aiming, moving down towards that bottom side. Hanwha Life Esports definitely showing more signs of life now.
Yeah, we called Lahen's kind of a Joker factor before. Not the villain, but just, like the Joker, the ace, the crazy card. Definitely jokes on him for that one. Does end up getting taken down. And him contesting that aggressively, if Keen actually can match teleport, I think is fine, but that's not the case here, right? Keen doesn't actually have his teleport available, so if you actually hard commit to a fight, you're always going to be a member down. Barring Cuz maybe finding the interrupt, he is Cassante, but if Kingen positions well, as you can see here, Kingen actually peeling off so that he can actually go for a teleport angle in case that we do see the full commit come through. So I'm happy that that wasn't the case, in case you don't end up going for it. And good response as well there for Life. If he doesn't flash and the combo comes through, then maybe they have run the risk of losing the fight. No, it's not the end of the world for KT. Still sitting on a gold lead.
Yeah.
But Hanwha Life they've actually, I think, equaled their kill score through the series in this one game.
They absolutely have.
They've doubled it, Atlas.
Absolutely.
Doubled it.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary extension of their kill statistics in this series.
Yes.
And the other thing is that Zeka is miles ahead of BDD, 50 CS up over the Annie. And yes, BDD does have his Leandri's now completed, but he's not really doing a massive amount of damage. They're going to be relying on Cuz and aiming to really bring that one home, as Cassante as well. Not exactly a damage-dealing menace, unless, those Cassante things happen and we spam Riot in the chat and things like that. That doesn't look like it's happening this game so far. Aiming moving down. Our first Chemtech Drake is on the rift. Mega Blast Cone comes in as Grizzly's going to get the jump scare. Cuz dives forward. There is Tibbers, but he's going to get ulted away by Zeka. They're just taking so much damage, and aiming just ults his way in. That's a double kill as he takes both of them. Wants to kill this turret as well, but the backdoor bonus is going to mean that's going to be all right. And Tibbers tanks this one up for him. Thank you very much, Tibbers. And BDD teleports him into the mid lane. We've now got an all-out angle here for Keen, going aggressive onto Kingen. See whether the world is going to end or whether Cassante is going to Cassante. And it looks like it's going to be the latter as Keen gets the solo.
Yeah, particularly when you get ahead in this matchup. And it is a lethality Aatrox, at least for the first item. isn't a whole lot you can do in that 1v1. Nicely done by Keen, and then it's again these two-man units of KT. You can see how willing they are to go aggressive, isolate Grizzly, whose struggles in this series continue. Just gets taken down, and aiming is the benefactor of the play made there by KT. Topside turret go down as well, and this is like what, the fourth time that we've seen two men or two sides of the map being won at the same time as, yeah, Grizzly. There's just way too much damage available here, and Viper isn't here, right? And even if he was, with the amount of upfront burst that was tanked by crucially 2 members, it's not looking good. Then King in here just doesn't have the stats.
No.
Like you're playing into a Cassandra that has just gone full armor. Like, if you finish Cleaver and the game state is even, maybe you win that, but there's just no way.
And you can't hit any sweet spots on a Cassandra who's just dashing around like a maniac
and
with that.
He was sitting on Bramble, right?
Yeah.
Like he was sitting on Iceborne Gauntlet and Bramble. You have a Duskblade. Scaling hasn't really kicked in yet either. We do know that the buffs to this Aatrox that have made him so devastating have been mostly the later damage, so he is going for the full lethality angle, and might as well, you know, maybe hit a Q3 on aiming and it wins you the game. But we went from a pretty close game to a 6k gold lead Atlas.
Yeah, it really did kind of balloon, didn't it?
This means the collapse truly now is inevitable. No, I don't. There's no way.
No, there is.
It's just going to 3-0 them.
It's feeling like a clean 3-0, nothing to see here, and I mean that in every sense of the word. This is maybe KT, like, I've heard a lot of talk about, you know, they chose the wrong opposition for their first round. It's starting to look like those people are going to feel better about saying that.
Yeah, but they shouldn't, because it's hindsight.
No, exactly. Results-based analysis is something that we have heard a lot about, as Grizzly is just going to explode. Ignite is going to tick down. Lahen's going to grab himself a kill. And, I mean, not a whole lot you can do. They're trying to fight for any sort of control, but they're against an Umbral Glaive on a fed Kha'Zix, right? How are you ever supposed to keep wards anywhere ever? As the Baron has already been started, Keen is just going to wander his way over. Lahen's just being a bodyguard. Life, don't know whether he's going to be able to get in there. There's the flash, the special delivery of the pigeon. They just roast him. That is dinner prepared, and they'll take a Baron as well. KT eating good tonight. Azeka just going to bail from the whole situation. And KT, they just really, they took the mid game and they said, okay, we've had our fun, let's win the game. And that looks like what they've decided to do.
Yeah. It's an 8.5k gold lead, Atlas.
Yeah. No, this
it is dire.
Well, aiming might get caught, and he is going to dash into an Emperor's Divide. He explodes a little, and he's going to go down. So Zeka winning on the damage numbers. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, kill going to Grizzly is suboptimal though. I think you would have much rather given it to Viper. Would be the best, trying to maybe get him something, as it's Lahen's again. Just sets up the CC chain, and once you get CC'd into this comp, we haven't really talked about the KT comp that much because we're focused on, you know, maybe Halma can do something. But once you are CC'd as an individual target, you die. Yeah, because the amount of single target damage that this comp is available is ludicrous. Zeka, a really nice job here, able to get the interrupt on the dash. And then Grizzly is the one who picks up the shutdown, but it does mean some gold going over, as a Viper was forced to flash, and based on that,
I think it might have been his ex-teammate.
Yeah, I think that was what happened.
Yeah. Thanks to Jonah Strong for showing us the story via, you know, clicking on buttons as, oh, Lahen's and Viper. Just a wall separates these former teammates and friends from one another. A few years, exactly, from their time spent on Hanwha together.
It was not a good time.
That was not a great time. They might have had a good time, but it did not translate into good gameplay. That squad had a few issues. Oh wow, that looked like it hurt. Poor little Kha'Zix, placing his face into a stone wall. Still, KT just going to push down this inner turret. A Hex Flash from Lahen's is scary. And Grizzly is over that wall looking for some sort of kick angle. Of course, Lee Sin can always have that one kick. We talk about it all the time, but from a 9,000 gold deficit, I don't know how much it's going to do.
I do.
Yeah, 0?
Yeah. Well, no, they might kill one person.
Hey, one!
But there are 3 threats that can win fights. So that by itself is not necessarily enough.
And BDD has just been down 50 CS this whole game and just seems to be vibing, like just having a great time.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Like Viper, you take all that CS, dude. It's totally fine. Because Viper is ahead by a similar margin. You can see as well, even Cuz, I think, has been taking farm from BDD. And it works because, of course, Kha'Zix, you give him more ability to one-shot people, and he does it extraordinarily effectively. He's got his Eclipse done, the Umbral Glaive is still there, so he's going triple threat on these serrated Dirks. It's a lot of lethality that he has built up. And as we know, just likes to march through the jungle, wiping out all of the vision. And the Baron going to be up in 2.5 minutes. This Drake going to be in 4.5, so we might have a little bit of a lull. Unless KT decide that they just want to win.
Is it time? Are we gonna write the heist plan? Because I'm not.
All right, what is it?
So it does involve some help from KT. You need a man on the inside.
All right.
Because otherwise, I don't.
So they need Clive Owen. It needs to be a Clive Owen mission.
Ooh, a Clive Owen situation.
Yeah, it's an inside man type situation.
I don't know who will be. Oh, he's denied a lot of vision.
Yeah, that's a decent vision score.
That's
126 is a large. That's a wow.
Yeah, he did get an Umbral Glaive very early. He was very fat, and it has been working out. As thank you, observers. Look at that.
Heck yeah.
And this means that Lahens has not had to spend his time clearing vision, so he can just make plays, which credit to him.
I think Lahens probably should have just taken Blue Trinket and said to
he
heck with it.
He actually is one of the people that very often skips a lot of wards and like buys a lower amount of wards in favor of trying to finish his item as soon as possible. So I
does have an elixir of iron.
So back to Clive Owen.
Yeah.
You need someone to go down, preferably aiming, who's already shown that, you know, he got caught that one time. So maybe you can get him on board. Then he needs to go down. Then you need to have an objective, preferably a Baron.
Yeah.
And then you need to be able to deal with BDD and Cuz and Lahens, which I haven't quite figured that part out yet. And then you get the Baron. Then they trickle in one by one. And then you give all the shutdowns to Viper.
So you need to find like a narrow corridor for aiming to walk in alone.
With no one by his side.
Yep. That's why I said alone.
Into double TP, yes.
Yeah, and then he needs to die immediately, and KT need to not be able to instantly respond, right? Because otherwise you could find yourself out of position.
Yes, and then you get the triple bounty.
Yeah.
And then you take that gold and you invest it in items.
Ah.
And then
in this economy?
And then the game is maybe even. Which you should not have be doing is Kingen going down, but that is about to happen.
This seems against the game plan, as he has decided he wants to end the world. It's a lot of damage. BDD actually just flashing away. Cuz not going to quite find the Q, but Kingen is still going to be dead. And the teleport does come in from Keen, so still the KT game plan working out. All the W's beautiful here from Keen. Deciding to go all out now onto Zeka. KT, he can move towards a Baron that is just spawning about this second, and it's Grizzly that's caught alone! The W doesn't land there from Cuz, the kick comes back, but Lahens is just keeping him busy. A Q to Taxi, but it's not going to work. And now aiming, almost actually that caught out of position thing, but he did have a bodyguard. It's Keen there, he's got his Gargoyle Stone Plate, so he ain't going down anytime soon. And now a quick fallback to a Baron could be coming through here for KT.
And the top side really struggling for Hanwha and KT. Again, the side lane collapses have been working so well for them. They're going to start up the Baron, still sitting on like a 10.5k gold lead, Atlas.
Yeah. It's looking relatively reminiscent to the last 2 games that we saw in this series.
It's strictly better for Hanwha because they did more. But I don't think the outcome is going to change, no.
No. It's also, what... I'm looking forward to the discussions after the series about what it all means. Thankfully, we're recording the POG state after this, so we can actually extend some of those, which I'm interested in. It is going to be a Flame Horizon for Zeka, so congratulations on that one.
You know that that meme of the guy like getting second place and going completely bananas about it?
Yeah.
That's you giving Zach an award in this. It's like, he got Flame Horizon!
Yeah, he's like shaking the champagne around, having a great time.
Yeah, but then in the background you see like KT taking all the objectives.
Yeah, yeah.
And all the turrets.
Yeah, and the Nexus.
And the Nexus.
Yeah.
It's fine. They're gonna come back. This
Remember,
is the one.
They've killed They've killed Tibbers a bunch of times. It's worth the same amount as the Nexus.
It's fine. It's just Chemtech Soul. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can go for the play.
Well,
against Soul.
Seeker connects onto Lehen, so does the Q, as Grizzly can safeguard his way out. Needed to do that. Does have a stopwatch on the Lee Sin as Hanwha. They're going to give up the Drake. Good. They're going to be able to take a bounty here in the mid lane. Good. The KT kind of having them where they want them. If they close in, if they find the angles, it is getting very scary. Lehen's possibly overextended, but BDD is waiting in the wings because a lot of movement speed on him as well. Oh, Lehen's just trying to get to that 50% threshold, the 50% threshold where this Alistar is going to do so much Chemtech Soul damage.
He's back full.
Oh.
He ate some plants.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. I was getting excited as well.
It's so counterintuitive, isn't it? You get the honey fruit, the mega honey fruit, and then you don't get your Chemtech value. As KT are just going to move to winning the game here. And they're going to move to the bottom lane and do the same down there. Of course, remember, they do have the Baron from earlier.
I don't think the heist is successful, Atlas. I think the plan has failed.
I want to go back to talking about the bounty.
All right, live.
All right, Void Seeker connects onto BDD. Just don't really see any angles. It's okay. Grizzly's going to find a kick flash onto aiming. And then get the heck out of there with a safeguard as Life dives into the back line. If at first you don't succeed, try again! But I don't think it's going to work. Extendo Beam comes in and now aiming. He's just getting that health back. He's under 50% as Viper is going to die somewhere off in the distance. An Extendo Beam from aiming's going to do it, and the wallets, I think, are just too heavy. KT going to get to work on these Nexus turrets, and it is indeed that clean 3-0 with nothing to see here. Welcome to Daejeon. 2 KT Rolster, our first seed, are going to make up for their previous loss in the last best of 5, and they are heading to the losers finals.
And KT making it back to the losers finals. This time around, the opposite path. Of course, last time we're going up from the top half of the bracket. This time around, from the bottom half.
The right kind of momentum this time. Let's just say that.
They're gonna. I don't think they'll be feeling too bad about that one.
Do you know what everyone is realizing now? As KT, they've qualified for the lower bracket finals. You can see, not saying qualified for Worlds or anything like that from this one. They still need to win that. They get to the finals against Gen G. I'm pretty sure it is confirmed that they are making it to Worlds.
Yeah, it's exactly the same path as last time because they lost against T1 in this.
Oh, right.
And
yeah, no, it's the same story.
They also beat Hanwha.
Yeah. So we're just doing the same thing. But now they're not up against Gen G.
True.
Last time they weren't up against Gen G. Now they are. Yes. No, last time.
We got it right the first time. Good enough.
Yeah. But now we get what I wanted to get to, which is why my brain isn't working, is that we get the rematch of the Telecom War. This KT can show us why they were first place, why they were undefeated in the second round robin, and why they chose T1 in the first place.
And in this final game, again, I think it was Lahens and Cuz. That jungle support duo, the big difference maker. Lahens. Wait. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Is he coming for Zeus?
Yeah, he's coming for Zeus, I guess. Oh my god. I really don't know what it means. I really hope that they ask him about it in the interview afterwards, because that is... I mean, it's... Okay, that just went too far.
I'm not going to try, and I already broke my brain on this series. I'm not going to break my brain trying to understand Lahens.
No, you can't. It's too dangerous.
Power.
It is too dangerous.
For KT, today, complete success. The adjustments in draft ended up working out. BDD, just like last time, no notes. Perfect. You're the best. You're amazing. Keep it going. And then the performance of Keen looking a lot better. Not the main character, but doesn't need to be when his jungler, his support, and his mid laner are playing as well. And still setting up very nicely with these type of setups. And for Hanwha Life, there are a lot of issues that need to get fixed, because this team will be waiting for either T1 or KT in the upper bracket of the regional qualifier, right?
Yeah.
And with how they look today, I don't even know if they win against the winner of DRX and D+, because today was really rough, and Grizzly, his struggles in playoffs continue, but I was more worried about the performance of Kingen and Life, because just Grizzly not doing the best, I think you can play around that, but if Life and Kingen can't keep it together either, then like Viper and Zeka are not going to be able to carry that.
It's looking very dire. I would 100% agree. I think that if KT are going to qualify and they don't head down into the qualifier, though, I think that Hanwha Life don't match up too well into KT just because they play through their top side so beautifully. And it's something that Kingen hasn't really been able to do. He hasn't been able to put on his main character shoes in a lot of these games. And because the rest of the map kind of falls apart, Viper can never really have those moments to shine. And this was a slaughter. There's no two ways about it. And we want to try and keep it interesting. We want to try and talk about reverse sweep possibilities and things like that.
We knew.
But it was a very elementary type series. And KT going to be filled with a lot of confidence heading towards Daejeon as well.
And that rematch of the Telecom War, every Telecom War in best of fives this year has been incredible. And we're going to get that in the arena. Going to be amazing to watch. Can't wait to see what is going to happen in that one. And yeah, this was a very necessary bounce back for KT. They had been much better than Hanwha. Hanwha had not been able to deal with, I think, the level of power that anyone above them had shown. And KT, very much above them.
Yeah.
But the win this decisive with a great 3-0, every single game being 100% in your control, that's still going to be a very nice boost going up against T1.
And it's good to see from KT because we also saw KT dispatch of Gen G in their most recent match in the regular season pretty comfortably. We also saw KT deal with Hanwha Life Esports, I think, in a cleaner fashion than Gen G did the last time they faced off, right? So if we're trying to adjudicate power levels and things like that, maybe we just have to ignore that Telecom War. Maybe it's an anomaly, or maybe T1 are just KT's kryptonite, and now they have to face them again. And why did you pick T1?
Yeah, I'm firmly of the belief that T1 has just reverted back to Spring T1, and we're actually having 3 teams of the caliber of Gen G and KT.
I mean, that would be absolutely fantastic if we did get there. We are going to have an interview with BDD as well. It'll be great to have a chat with him. I believe that is
on the space.
Yeah, going to be with G-Sun, Law, and hopefully Huni sticks around there as well because he was fantastic in the interview with Peanut yesterday. But I think now we can stop talking. We can send it over to the space to break down this KT victory. Take it away, Happy Law.
No, not biased, happy. I can get excited for now, I guess. KT comes back and takes down Hanwha Life 3-0 here in the loser bracket, as we said. I feel for Viper, though. He won't make him to his home city, which is a bit sad.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but you know, sometimes you have like a close, hard-fought series where you're like, oh man, you were once. That wasn't the case today. So, you know, a lot to take away because they will still be playing in the gauntlet to try and qualify for Worlds. And yeah, it was pretty rough today.
Yeah, I mean, that's HLE, but I think the KT overall, they played much better than before when they play against the T1 series. So I would say, like, they actually stepped up themselves, try to find the consistency. Like, even though probably HLE was a little weaker team, but still, you know, like the KT trying to find their foreign. I didn't really see any weaknesses in this draft. Like even the fighting, like just skirmishing, like those kind of things were great, I would say.
Let's talk about the draft from this last game, although I feel like it was really not about the draft during this series, but still was expecting and waiting for some improvements on the side of Hanwha Life, maybe shifting their priorities. Ox, what do you make of this and their choices here for this last game?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the case for Khan is pretty strong in terms of like providing that dive threat, the Azir denying it away from BDD. We kind of said that we wanted them to ban it, and instead they go for the denial, which I think it's a bit of a shame we didn't see Zeka bring out the Yone this series or anything. But again, don't think the draft was the problem. I don't think the Lee Sin was like super hot here, but also I feel like going for comfort in this situation for Grizzly isn't bad. But yeah, I feel like the draft just didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because it's like Lee Sin going Lee Sin into Kazakhstan. So that's you know, it's been there always. It's not like completely new or like trying something. And as you said, it's a comfort zone. I think for KT, it's the same thing that like they're picking something that is like they're not even picking Lazir, they're not picking Kaisa, they're picking like Zeri and Annie and even K'Sante into Aatrox, and he still really does well. Like those kind of fact that it's gonna be so much helpful trying to find their back to form at the peak and towards going to the T1 series, especially their draft. It's much better than compared to T1 series.
Yeah, I mean, they reflected on the fact that they needed to improve on the draft. The first one was special, but overall, I think I like it better and it feels way more with their style. We can jump into the first highlight directly here, Ox, and if you want to talk us through what happened here with this bot hero.
Yeah, so there was a huge bot gap this game. It was pretty rough. Lahens was just Pima making happen. But I actually think Life had a really creative play with how he adjusted from this. And this was kind of like one of the few positive plays we saw from HLE this series.
Yeah, I mean, basically, this was the end of the HLE. Like, they completely got zoned out at 2v2. Meanwhile, they're just 3v3 on top side and Herald. That's even worse because they can't get help on bottom. But at least, like, as you said, like, this is the positive thing in an HLE. Like, this is not... You know, like this is like at least what we expected from the HLE does. Like the King can create Aatrox's play, and still like 3v3, you can actually impact it with the Rakan even changing to using Spellbook TP like right away. Those decisiveness we would like to see for the future for HLE.
Yeah, we'll see them in the gauntlet actually. So yeah, they will have time to reflect on this. They had some hard matchups and hard opponents, but I think that's the best way to learn and maybe hopefully grab that world spot that they want. We can roll the second highlight directly because again, it was a really one-sided game, maybe closer than the rest of the other ones. But what do you make of the way KT approached the fights mostly? And BDD once again, a man possessed today.
I just feel like they had such confidence going into fights, and especially finding engages. It always felt like, you know, BDD often, even when he was on the Azir leading the charge, but capable as well on the Annie. Lahens was really on form today. And Keen, you know, we said he needed to be returned to form because obviously Zeus was a big challenge for him. And yeah, he got Kingen on his Will Skin pick.
Yeah, I mean that's a little sad because like also K'Sante right now it's considered as not like the first pick on the top lane right now. Like the champion is like it has a strength, but it's not like that OP anymore, and is he still performing with the game? Especially today, I think he can play really well around like the team fight calm, and it's like not actually playing on his lane focus. Like it's just more so he playing tank champion. Like for example, like first game Orange, second game Poppy, and not getting behind. Even third game with the K'Sante into Aatrox, the matchups are old. It's a losing matchup, and he still make this type of the momentum, like making impact on the game that is actually boosting up for KT.
What made me sad mostly is that the main carries for Hanwha Life, and I'm really thinking about Viper and Zeka here, felt really transparent today. We didn't see the impact they had and how clutch they could be during the regular season, and it's sad because the team was ramping up, they were getting better, but playoffs came and I feel like the team just collapsed. Also, again, the matchups they had didn't help.
Yeah, I think ultimately, you know, Zeka, I don't think laning is the thing that I'd look at him as like the big strong point. But if he gets to lane, often in skirmishes, he can really shine. But I think against players like Chovy and BDD, you don't get to get through lane freely. You don't get that much space. And I think he really struggles when that starts to happen.
Yeah, I think if they for HLE, I mean, I would like to see more from the mid jungle at least. Like when they're playing good, like when they're playing actually well in the regular season, at least we see a lot of interaction between mid and jungle duo combo. Like the Zeka is playing well, and then there was always the Grizzly around him. Like he was like helping Zeka to get fat and then be able to make the play like those kind of thing where like was not here. Like especially game 3, like Lee Sin Azir. Like I know it's really tough, but I think around the draft as well, like as I said, I think KT drafted really well, but the thing is that HLE, like for them to ease, there was so many things that they could have probably done better job on the draft as well.
KT played to the level that we expected from them, of course, and with the clean 3-0 here, let's reveal the player of the game, if we have already. Who did you guys vote for this game? All right.
Yeah, we went for BDD. You know, I think Cuz was the correct vote for this game, but it was kind of like, imagine you got 3 out of 3.
Damn, there's no correct vote. It's our opinion.
It is.
There's no answer.
True. Unless you're media, then that's the wrong vote.
I mean, there is no answer, but there's always a wrong answer.
Okay, that's fair.
There's no correct, But I mean, for sure, I mean, cosplay. I mean, I think incredibly well. It's just impacting on top lane first, like at level 3. That's really huge. Even all these type of the scrimmage and the map movement with playing Kha'Zix, it's so much pressure for the HLE, and it's like he played perfectly well. I mean, Kha'Zix is one of the champion on jungle right now. If you make a mistake, it's no good,
Yeah, a couple of BDD ones,
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah.
The team played well overall.
Everyone got a vote in that one.
Everyone gets a vote in that one. Yeah, mostly BDD, honestly. I think if I had to choose a player of the series, it would be him. Would you guys agree?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
100%. No doubt.
Well, in the end, as we said, KT wins here 3-0. And they win the loser bracket. They will get the rematch against T1 that we're going to talk about in just a moment. Can we take a look at predictions, guys, please? I know that I was wrong. Who predicted 3-0 here?
Not me.
No?
Not me.
I mean, for me, it was...
Wait. Oh, did I?
Oh,
wait.
wow.
Did I? I thought I did 3-1, actually. Oh, I guess I did 3-0? I guess I did 3-0. Oh, I thought I wasn't doing the 3. I think I changed it.
Save your week, yeah.
I think I changed
No, but that's smart. I was like, would be the most KT thing to do, to just drop a third game, one game, sorry. They didn't in the end, but again, I feel like it was, sorry to say for saying this, the team gap was way too wide, actually.
I think it's true. I think a lot of people, their faith was a bit shaken after the T1 series. I think T1 are just pretty good. I think ultimately, like, yes, KT definitely played down for sure, but I also think T1 played up from what we'd seen, and Honor Life Esports seem maybe a little bit worse than regular season, but it just feels like where everyone else has ramped up for playoffs, they haven't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, multiple times I did say, like, the KT actually did step up from the losing against the T1 series, and it's completely, it was once they had the opportunity can make just one-sided series, and that's what they proved it today. So it's a really great day for KT today. So I'm really excited, honestly, for next series.
I mean, yeah, we get another telecom war, which I couldn't be more happy about. What is it going to be about, though? What did we learn from this series on the side of KT? Because it feels like it felt so easy for them that I'm just wondering how challenged they've been, how much they've learned outside of draft, of course, that improved. But yeah, what are your main takeaways on the side of KT? Looking forward to the next match.
I mean, I think draft's obviously always going to be a big factor and being sharp, and that's important. But it's really going to come down because I think BDD is playing out of his mind right now. Cuz wasn't as consistent even today when it was like a stomp, so Cuz needs to be on his A game, and if the mid jungle's strong, then I think they can just start to lean that pressure on the side, because ultimately Zeus is going to be something they have to account for, but if they're winning mid jungle, top becomes so much easier to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, I think it's a BDD will play, like, no matter what good, but the thing is, like, the last series, what happened to Keen wasn't really not having good day at that time, and also even bottom, like, as I said it, like, the aiming inconsistency, it actually showed off, and that's the main key. Like, if you actually, the bot and top especially, just losing at the same time, that's a really tough game, like, no matter what, even though you're winning, like, even though you're hard winning mid. So, I mean, as you mentioned, I think it just cause a BDD for sure has to play, like, without making mistake, like, that's gonna be the key for KT. And it's like, I think the Keen and aiming is just stepping up, so making sure Lihan's the map movement showing off again, like, that's gonna be the KT favorite.
And on the other side, I feel like T1 keeps on getting stronger. Even though they lost against Genji, I feel like there's a lot of learnings on their side here, and they might be even more scary against KT than when they faced off against each other 2 days ago.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is obviously they've ramped up since regular season, but like, if Zeus continues to be in this form, Carrier has looked, after like a summer where he looked really underwhelming, has looked really on form. I think Faker's looked fine. Obviously, the impact he's had in voice has been massive, I think you can see, and Ona's started to look better. I think Ona was definitely the biggest underperformer in the regular season, but he's looked like more on form now. So I think everyone's obviously stepped up for this lineup. I think Gumayusi was a person who probably was still doing good before.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, assuming KT comes back with learnings, with a vengeance, they need to be on their A game.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, say for T1, you know, like, as I said, as multiple times I said, it probably like no Braum, you know, no Vayne, you know, for I think it's gonna be like really depends on the draft, like how it goes. I think right now it's like the teams, the gaps are so small. Like that's why the older series was go to game 5, and that's why the draft important. It actually just goes way more. It becomes way more important, especially also it's the biggest stadium, and the people also like the player will get probably nerfed, you know. Like so that's why I think it's gonna be how the draft, like who get the lane prior pick, like those kind of thing will be like actually even more impactful.
I feel like a lot can change within a week as well. A week of training, you don't know who they're gonna scream, how it's gonna go, how it's gonna impact them mentally. The fact that they play in another city as well, you never know the environment and everything, how much it can impact a team. While we wait for the interview, I want to play the same game I played yesterday with the chat. We're gonna ask some questions here at the desk, and I want you guys to answer in chat as well about the playoffs, everything we've seen so far. And the first one I have is, give me your biggest overreactions after the playoffs games we had.
KT or boom.
Come on!
I think a lot of people were thinking, yeah, KT, it's over. 5 All Pro, it's boom, it's doomed.
Well, I mean, it's you know, it makes sense because everyone thought that KT will just dominate in this playoff. Like everyone was like so hyped for, oh, KT's back. KT, the summer is the KT of the season, and this is the like. It's been so long time the KT haven't been to the attempt to final. Like those kind of things were, you know, like it's really sad. But I think they're on. Like I think the important thing is like they're on the track. They're back in the track that they can actually compete it again, and probably like the more important thing is like not losing here, right?
All right, second question. I'm reading the chat as well, of course. The second question I have here, who is the best performing team?
It's Gen G, right? I think like we haven't seen too much from them, but I think even though they've had similar scores to KT, I think they've just been, they haven't missed a step coming from regular season for me, and I think Peanut's been in phenomenal form. I think in spring there was like, you know, there was games where we call them Peanut games, you know, where he'd just like mess up or make a mistake. That hasn't really happened at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like Gen G is gonna be kind of boring answer, but the thing is, like, as I said, I think the gaps are between the team gaps are so small. So I think especially the semifinal and then the finals are gonna be so excited because it's so hard to predict. You know, like every game, when game 5, no one knew that who's gonna win. Probably you knew that, probably Gen G 3-2 because you won the prediction, but still, you know, like it was impossible to know until it actually opened the series, you know?
Yeah, and again, the form that you have on the day can impact a lot of things. We saw DRX ramping up through Worlds last year. I also think that teams playing, I mean, maybe we might have one team that plays on both days, ramping up, similarly to Spring actually. Gen G winning on the first day, winning on the second day as well. When you get that stage experience, actually it can boost you towards winning the finals. Next question I have, who is the most improved player? I'm gonna look at the chat here also. There's some bro giga chat in the chat for the best performing team. I love it. We're gonna miss them. I respect that. But yeah, most improved player, you would say.
I'd say Zeus.
Yeah?
I'd say regular season he had some good performances, but it's definitely inconsistent, and he was just on a tear in that series against KT. I think this is the form we remember him for. This is why everyone thought this guy was one of the best tops in the world, if not the best top in the world over the past 2 years, and definitely since summer regular he's looked so much better.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think I would choose the from Gen G, the Peanut. Like as you kind of mentioned it, you know, like the inconsistency, like we don't really see him anymore. Especially his weaknesses was showing a lot in the when it's like actually BO5 or like, you know, there's some game was like kind of oopsie, but those kind of moments is actually completely gone that makes the Gen G even look more stronger. So yeah. I mean, also for KT, if I choose one, I think I would say like also BDD. You know, he's showing performances like incredibly insane. Like he's gonna be, if he keep doing it, he's pretty good, you know?
For Peanut, I do feel like it's been something we've seen since the beginning of the year, though. We don't see the inconsistent Peanut we used to see last year. He popped off in playoff in spring. I don't know. For me, like he's been a different player this year overall.
There was still that Kwangdong Freak series, you know, the Elder
We don't talk about this.
It's in my mind. I can replay it in my mind. I can see it. It's painful.
All right. The chat feels like, yeah, Zeus. I would have said Keria as well, coming back similarly to what Zeus did. Who is the best performing player now?
I think BDD probably.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty confident to go with BDD. I think KT have obviously not looked as good in that T1 series as we expected, but I think I don't think he's missed a beat at all. I think he's just been super solid throughout, even when, maybe Cuz has a bad game here and there, he's just been on form.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like all the mid laners, like, it's doing pretty well. I mean, you said BDD. I mean, also, I think the Chobi is actually really, like, challengeable. Like, honestly, like, he's been performing always well. Like, the stats are insane. Like, he's just not losing the lane. I mean, that's why the Genji look much stronger. That's why the Peanut's not making less, Peanut's making less mistake, because you're just winning mid. And it's like, the maps are so make wide that he can actually move, impacting top, impacting bottom, just win lane, just helping jungle. Those kind of things that's just a League of Legends, right? That's why mid is like most important role.
Yeah, I see some BDD again also in the chat, some Faker as well. I'm a bit confused about this one. Last one-liner, I think, before we toss to break, I believe, as BDD is almost ready for the interview. Who is the biggest disappointment of playoffs? I will go first, KT. I'm kidding. But yeah, what would you guys say? I mean, D plus Kia, I wouldn't like to not forget about them, honestly, given the expectations we have.
Nah, I didn't expect anything from them. So.
That's fine then.
When they lost, I was like, yeah, that's par for the course. I'd probably, honestly, like, not to rag them too much, but I'd probably say Hanwha Life, because I was hoping for a bit more. They're still going to be in the gauntlet. I hope they bounce back. But I've loved watching this team play since Grizzly got introduced. I feel like the way they approach team fights is really fun. I think Zeka's been great. And we didn't get that, the fact that they didn't manage to take even a game in these series. At least the Gen G one was closer, but I really hope they show up in the Gauntlet. And honestly, if they go to Worlds, I'll be happy, because even if they're not our best team, they are really fun to watch and really enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of the playoff, like, was kind of disappointed. Like, I was like, this quality of the LCK playoff is no good. Like, it's not that good, but I think it's actually, I was like more satisfied like towards the end, like when the game's like more actually challenged, like just go game 5, like especially I think when it hit like game 3, it's really good. It's so much enjoyable, like how players push to the their limits and be able to pick the ceiling form, like those kind of things are we go crazy.
I see a lot of different answers in the chat, including Fnatic. Okay, I guess
they really didn't show up.
Yeah,
they really didn't show up.
Yeah,
did not see them at all. Yeah, I guess it's a matter of preference and what you base your judgment on, whether it's in game, in performance overall. We have a lot more to cover, but we'll do this after the interview that is ready. So we're gonna leave you guys for just a moment. Stay here. BDD is just here. He will be joining us in just a couple moments. So we're gonna toss to break, and we'll be back right after this. See ya. Hey, welcome back to the space for the winners interview with BDD and Ji-san. Hi, congratulations. 축하드립니다. Thank you for joining us. How do you feel after this series? 3-0.
3대0 완전 완승을 가져오셨는데 소감이 어떠신가요?
하나 상대로 3대0 할 자신 있었는데 저희가 최근 경기 져서 조금 분위기가 내려온 거 때문에 조금 불안하긴 했는데 정말 기분 좋습니다.
I was pretty confident about this clean 3-0 against Hana Live, but because we just dropped our previous series, so we were a little bit nervous, but feels great to pick up a 3-0.
Yeah, you during the pre-game interview with the coach, you guys were reflecting on what went wrong against T1, quoting the draft mostly. Is there anything you reflect on that didn't work out during the T1 series that you feel like you improved on today?
오늘 경기 사전 인터뷰에서 코치님도 T1전에서는 뱀픽적으로도 조금 아쉬운 부분이 있었다라고 하셨는데 그렇다면 오늘 경기에서는 좀 잘 개선됐다 싶은 포인트가 있나요?
일단 경기 끝나고 뱀픽 얘기도 많이 했지만 플레이적으로 얘기를 더 많이 해서 일단 뱀픽은 조금만 수정하면 돼가지고 인게임 내 플레이를 얘기 되게 많이 했던 것 같아요.
Well, after that series, we did touch on the draft, but it was mainly about the gameplay, so our draft only needed a slight adaptation, and we mostly talked about our gameplay.
All right, well, talking about the draft, Jason, I feel like we have to talk about one specific champion here in the mid lane. Xerath, talk me through this champion, how strong it is, and also could you please rate your performance today as you got 2 player of the game?
뱀픽적인 얘기를 하자면 오늘 안 물어볼 수가 없는 질문이 있는데요. 바로 제라스 픽 등장이 정말 엄청난 활약으로 한번 증명하는 그런 게임 1세트가 됐습니다. 제라스 픽 등장 배경이 어떤지도 궁금하고 오늘 POG를 2개나 받으셨는데 본인 경기력에 대해서는 어떻게 평가하시나요?
일단 제라스는 예전부터도 아지르 상대로 괜찮았고 최근에 또 버프를 받기도 해서 연습했는데 상황이 나와서 꺼내게 됐고요. 그 다음 T1전부터 게임이 되게 잘 된 느낌을 받아서 앞으로도 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같고 오늘도 만족하는 경기력이 나온 것 같습니다.
Well, everyone knows Xerath is a really good pick into Azir. It's a kind of a historic matchup, and recently this champion got a buff, so I thought it was a very viable pick into Azir, so I tried it in practice for a couple of times. And also about my performance, I was pretty confident, and also I was happy with my performance starting from the T1 series, and I'm really confident that I will perform even better.
You've been playing for such a long time, honestly, and through different teams and different eras. Do you think this is your best year yet, BDD?
BDD 선수도 정말 오래된 경력을 갖고 계시고 언제나 놀라운 활약과 성적을 거두셨는데요. 그렇다면 올해 정말 황금기가 온 것 같다. 정말 나의 최고의 시기가 온 것 같다라는 생각을 하시나요?
보통 높이 올라갈 때마다 제일 잘한다라고 느끼긴 했는데 지금 확실히 뭔가 팀원들이랑 시너지도 되게 잘 맞는 것 같고 그런 게 잘 맞춰져가지고 정말 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같은 시기인 것 같습니다.
So whenever I get to have a really good outcome and result, I always answered, I think this is my prime time, this is my golden time. But right now, I can surely say this is my peak and the prime time because the synergy between my players, the dynamic within KT roster players is on point. So I can surely say this is right now the golden era.
And I feel like I heard that you guys are friends even outside the game. Can you tell me about the relationship you guys have within this KT lineup and how much it helps to be friends beyond the rift?
특히나 KT 선수단이 워낙 좀 5명 전체가 정말 친구처럼 지내고 게임뿐만 아니라 정말 현실 일상 세계에서도 정말 친하게 잘 지낸다고 들었는데 이런 점이 또 팀적으로 좋은 성적을 거두는데 어떤 도움이 되는 것 같나요?
확실히 뭔가 게임이 잘 안 될 때도 그때 뭔가 장난치면서 분위기도 다 같이 풀고 일단 제가 생각하기엔 약간 맏형인 슈이 형 역할이 되게 크다고 생각해서 슈이 형이 분위기를 되게 잘 만들어주는 것 같아요.
So because we're so close to each other, it really helps, especially when we are not having the best time. To be honest, so even if we lost the match or a game, we still joke about it in order to have the high spirit.
Yeah.
And I really want to give a shout out to Lee Hens because he is the oldest member on KT roster and he's the one always taking care of the team atmosphere and he is always bringing joy to the team.
Yeah, is he the most goofy one, you would say? Because we always see him cheer you guys up in game. We hear him during the mic check, during the weird celebrations, also the Zeus one. I don't know what this was about, but yeah, tell me about Lee Hens as a teammate and and the joy he brings to the team.
그러면 리엔즈 선수가 팀 내에서 가장 장난꾸러기 역할을 맡고 계신지 항상 경기 끝나고도 좀 다양한 세레머니도 보여주시고 마이크 체크에서도 가장 장난을 많이 치시는 것 같은데 실제로도 그런가요?
네, 좀 아무리 좀 마이크 체크에서도 보셨듯이 너무 시끄럽고 귀가 좀 아프더라고요. 예, 실제로도 장난을 너무 많이 쳐서 요즘 좀 귀찮습니다.
Yeah, as you guys can just see in mic check episodes, he's too loud, you know? It hurts my ears and it's a little bit annoying. And these days, he doesn't know limits. So I'm kind of getting annoyed by it. But yeah, he's the most goofy one for sure.
Bad teammate. We were talking about KT performing so well. You guys got all the All-Pro. Some might have called it a curse. But can you reflect on the fact that you were the best team this split and that you were awarded the All-Pro?
그리고 이번 서머 시즌 이제 전원이 올프로 1 퍼스트 팀에 선정되었는데 이제 이런 점이 정말 KT의 현재 경기력에 대해서 어떤 부분을 보여주는 것 같은지 사실 많은 분들이 KT 하면 또 기대컨을 잘 해야 된다 이런 게 있는데 이런 부분에서 우려가 되는 것도 있는지 지금 이번에 올프로 선정에 대한 소감이 어떤지 궁금합니다.
일단 당일에는 정말 기분 좋았는데 뭐 다음 날부터 까먹게 되더라고요. 그리고 제가 사실 그때 당시에 초비 선수가 받을 줄 알았는데 받아서 정말 기분 좋았고 사실 당일에만 기분 좋았지 그 이후에는 뭔가 그런 부분이 의식되고 막 그런 거 같진 않아요.
Well, we were really happy and super stoked on the day it was announced, but like the next day we all just kind of forgot about it because also I thought Chobi would win first team. So personally, I was really happy to find out I was actually voted for the first All-Pro team, but the next day I think we were not paying too much attention to the result.
Business as usual. I mean, performing like this throughout the whole split, I think it makes sense. I think I can speak for all the KT fans here when I say that it's always scary watching you guys play, even if you perform. So how do you reflect on the curses and superstitions around KT Rolster?
많은 분들이 정말 KT가 정말 잘할 때도 KT 기대컨을 잘 해야 된다. 너무너무 기대를 많이 하면 안 된다. 이런 반응을 많이 보여주시는데 이번 서머 시즌의 활약을 돌아보면서 어떻게 잘 치르신 것 같나요? 이번 시즌?
일단 되게 만족스러운 시즌인 것 같고 뭔가 하면 할수록 호흡이 잘 맞는다는 것도 느껴졌고 그래도 저희가 스프링 때도 시간 지날수록 잘해지긴 했거든요. 근데 마무리가 되게 안 좋았는데 이번엔 마무리까지 꼭 잘하고 싶어요.
I think we had a decent season altogether, especially our teamwork has become more and more solid as time went by. But I think we had a very similar trend in spring as well. We were having this up and up trend until the end of the regular season, but our end was a little bit short. So I want to make sure that we can have a different outcome this time around.
All right, I'm noting this, of course, and I have to ask among all the fans, I don't know if you saw all the fan perception and community perception around the fact that you guys chose T1 over Hanwha Life Esports. Can you give me the reasoning behind this and how much it affected you that fans reacted that way?
사실 이번에 KT가 첫 매치에서 T1을 상대로 지목하면서 많은 분들이 우려 섞인 목소리를 보내기도 했었는데 이런 점에 대해서는 선수단에서는 어떤 식으로 조금 받아들였나요? 이런 팬들의 반응을.
일단 저희가 그때 자신감이 너무 많이 차 있었고 아직 T1이 엄청 그때 페이커 선수가 들어온 지 얼마 안 돼서 엄청 강하다고 생각은 안 하고 있었거든요. 그래서 이제 뱀픽을 짜다 보니까 T1 쪽이 조금 더 편해가지고 선택하게 됐습니다.
So we were a little bit too confident at that point. And also that was like right after Faker had his return to the roster. So we thought that they are not in the T1 form yet. And we were already like working on the draft. And we kind of realized maybe drafting against T1 would be easier for us given the fact that Faker just made his comeback. So we wanted to go for that.
Well, you're gonna have the rematch against him. Any thoughts on this one and how you think it's gonna go?
곧 있으면 리매치가 있을 예정인데요. 페이커 선수와의 리매치 어떻게 보고 계신가요?
일단 리매치 끝나고도 다 같이 얘기한 게 진짜 되게 이길 수 있었는데 아쉽다 이런 얘기 많이 나눴고 지금도 되게 이길 수 있다고 생각해가지고 자신 있습니다.
Like, we were pretty confident because even after that series against T1, we were like, that was so close. You know, we almost won the series, so I'm pretty confident in the rematch.
And about qualifying to Daejeon, and also, what are you waiting for the most when it comes to this event? I know that Peanut yesterday was mentioning that he wants to try some bread. Anything you want to try in Daejeon?
이제 대전으로 가시게 됐잖아요. 가장 기대되는 점은 무엇인지 어제 피넛 선수는 성심당 빵을 꼭 먹어보고 싶다고 했는데 대전에서 진행될 이제 결승전들 무엇이 가장 기대되나요?
저는 그런 거 잘 몰라가지고 대전을 처음 가봐서 그냥 뭐 네, 이기고 오겠습니다.
I don't know much about Daejeon. This is my first time over there. I'm only excited about winning in Daejeon.
Of course, as you should. Last question for you, BDD. Is there anything you want to tell the Western fans who are not used to hearing from you on this?
그러면 마지막으로 이렇게 또 글로벌 시청자분들께 직접적으로 인터뷰하는 게 처음인데 전하고 싶으신 말씀 있으실까요?
Thank you. I'm BDD.
Thank you so much, BDD. 축하드립니다. 인터뷰
감사합니다.
감사합니다. Jisun, thank you so much for an amazing translation as always. And we're gonna go back to the bracket as I want to mention what is gonna happen in Daejeon next week with Ox and Huni, who can come back, of course, to talk about this. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you. And yeah, as we said, we're gonna head off to Daejeon next week, and our first match is gonna be T1 versus KT Rolster, the rematch. And now, guys, that we had some answers from BDD about maybe being overconfident against T1, given how close the series was, what do you think is gonna end up looking like, and in which direction could it go? I have no idea, honestly. It could go either way.
Well, I don't think they'll underestimate them again, and I think they'll put a lot of prep towards this. They have a lot more time. Obviously, the playoff schedule is quite intense. We have 6 days going back to back, so now they can put their full focus into this, and I think that'll definitely help them out. If they play in the form they had today, I think they'll look to be in a good spot. Considering they nearly beat them last time round, I think they should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I will think about my prediction. This is like, as I said it, I think it's a really tough one. It's got to be same as like what the Genji T1 series, you know, like I think it's gonna be banger series, another one like well, game 5, and it's gonna be really hard to tell like already. Like if KT, I think the main focus is that if KT can bring back their form to the peak, I think that's gonna be the KT favor. If not, I think the T1 still has an edge on it.
You know, and we even saw in spring, like, it went to 5 games as well, and it was winnable for KT. Like, that game 5...
Absolutely.
I was thinking they could have won, and, like, I feel like that's the thing. It's always winnable. It just kind of comes down to the day, the draft, the execution, the performance. They definitely can. Whether they will is another question.
It might be depend on the game 5 draft.
Maybe it might depend.
On both sides, actually.
For both sides.
We've got to try nicer bread in Daejeon, you know?
Yeah. Bring some
could be a
bread.
factor.
We have some food challenges that we are planning on the desk. Oh, you don't know about this yet? Oh no. Okay, it's gonna be great. I'm so excited about Daejeon because of the games we have, the teams that qualified, and yeah, Ox, you're gonna love it. I promise you.
I just remember you did a food challenge like in spring, and you guys, it was at MSI actually, and you guys were all complaining about it, so I'm not looking forward to that.
Tune in, guys. You're gonna love it. That's all for us here on this side of the space. We will see you next week in Daejeon for our finals weekend. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And thank you also for following the LCK. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
우리의 전성기 지금입니다. KT 넘버원